welcome. Welcome, everybody. How are you doing? Getting some things moved around real quick. Had to do some. Had to open up my my window, try to cool down my room a little bit, but I just need to move a couple things back really quick. I had to move around like my green screen and stuff, so it's a little bit different. But I hope your days are going well. All right. Let's see. Get that up. Good to go. Boop. Welcome. How are you doing? How's it going? Welcome to the Jet Lounge. Welcome, Secret Life. How are you doing? Having never played Stardew Valley, I will say this music is really nice. And I feel like it goes really well with our background. But I don't know, that might be really loud for you guys, so I'm going to lower that to maybe here-ish. Yeah, I just looked over and I was like, oh gosh. Oh gosh, it's going up real high. I think we should be good. Maybe I'll bump up my voice a little bit. We'll see how that works. Laura, welcome. How are you doing? How was your Sunday? What have you guys been up to in the great land of Australia? By the way, today, I think the plan is going to be to, we're very close to finishing Tangle Tower. Last weekend, I got so tired while playing. Like, I was pretty good energy-wise, the stream, and then all of a sudden it just, like, dipped off, and I was like, oh no, I need a nap so fast. And so I think we're really close, like, very, very close to the end. So anyway, I think we'll be able to finish that, and then possibly start a new game. Because I think we have, like, maybe 30 minutes left, from what I understand, from what I've been told. So, we don't have very long of Tangle Tower left. Great for a Sunday. We just got home from the markets with a Japanese hot dog, kara age, chicken bites, and sweet and sour popcorn. Dang, that sounds so good. I love Japanese food, so I'm jealous. I'm jealous. We don't really have that many breakfasts of champions here. We don't have that many like authentic Japanese food places up here, especially in Alaska. And I guess maybe on the West Coast there seems to be a little bit more, maybe bigger cities. But I wish we had some good Japanese places up here. The place that I go to most often when I'm craving some Japanese food is Naruto Japanese Restaurant. They have they mainly make ramen, and it's very good. We have a very large Asian grocery store as my closest grocery store to my apartment. It's amazing. Oh, that's so good. We have a couple of like Asian grocery stores, but they are very small. They're pretty small here. Alaska probably has more of a Korean population than any of the other Asian countries. Gilmore, welcome. Emmers, welcome. Everybody's coming in now. As a food court attached to it? Oh, that sounds so good. I would go there all the time. I've thought about, there have been a few times, like I would sit and talk to the owners of the ramen place that I just mentioned. And I would always talk to them and be like, like kind of half joking, I'll work for free. I'll clean some dishes or do whatever. If you just teach me some Japanese. And they always just kind of laughed. I think they just thought, okay, just eat our ramen. That's fine. That's enough. That's all we want. That's all we need. Please stop. But I just love Japanese food. There's like a better place downtown, but I'm just never there. And when you like DoorDash from it, it's super expensive. So I just never go down there. And I heard a rumor. If I forget, remind me in 15 to 20 minutes to get my dip thing out of the oven. Okay. I could have set a timer, but meh, okay. I've heard a rumor that there is like a hidden Japanese restaurant in downtown Anchorage that's like super small. They said that it was basically just like a bar almost, like a you walk in and it's just like a really small, longer room with like a bar seating. And they said that it was run by like a Japanese couple and that they make ramen and some other like dishes. And I was like, what? I want to go to there, but who knows? Dip thing? What kind of dip thing? I finally survived to see your stream. I kept falling asleep. Oh no, Blitz. Oh no. Well, I'm glad that you've made it. If you need sleep, I understand. I've been, I feel like this week I've had a lot of trouble with sleep, so I understand. Don't let it affect your tomorrow. No, this week on Friday I only got like an hour of sleep, maybe. I stayed up to watch the latest episode of WandaVision. I think it was released maybe around 1 a.m. my time, or maybe it was around 11 my time, but I didn't notice it until about 1 a.m. my time. And so I ended up staying up just to watch it. And it's very good. If you're not watching WandaVision, no spoilers. I won't spoil anything, but I suggest you watch it. And no one spoil anything for people who haven't watched it yet. Highly recommend giving it a watch, a look-see. Very different from anything else that Marvel's put out. But highly recommend. It does seem to maybe affect the movies and stuff, so importante. But yeah, I stayed up, and after I finished that episode, I was so just hyped up that I didn't go to sleep for a while, for a little bit. So I ended up just staying up a bit. Let's see. Speakeasies are popular in the city. Here in the city, one is in the basement of an ice cream parlor, and the other is behind a laundromat. Ooh. threw together salsa, refried beans, red beans, cheese, corn, put in a dish, and heating it all together, I'm eating with chip. Oof, that sounds delicious. Did you talk about your water yet? No. Yeah, so, this week, it's been a little bit of a doozy. So, my apartment's broken, yeah. So, on Wednesday, I noticed that my faucets weren't producing hot water anymore. And I think I even mentioned, I was like, oh, I think my pipes might be frozen, so there's that. They're frozen. Long story short, they're frozen. And so all I can get right now is cold water. But I went ahead and called maintenance and or submitted a request or whatever online. And they came in, and it turns out that my apartment's heat was never turned on. So this entire time, my apartment has been mostly manageable, even in the winter. Like right now, it's where's my phone? Oh, there it goes. Right now, okay, it's not too cold. It's 16 degrees outside, with a low of 3. This is actually decently warm. But this past week, it went to the negatives. Over through this winter, though, my apartment's been mostly manageable. I have a little space heater that I've used a couple of times, but overall, my apartment's been warm, I would say. Not hot, maybe warm on the edge of cold, but not anything uncomfortable. Well, turns out the reason why that is because my heater just was never okay, I moved into this apartment last spring, so this is the first winter that I've been in here, so I've never really had much of a use to turn on the heater before that, and so I guess my heater was never turned on. So I've had the heat switch on, but nothing has been ever been powered into the apartment. And so when I got home from work, after the maintenance person had been through, my apartment was so warm, just so hot. In fact, I think even my floors might be heated. I don't know. But anyway, they pumped it all the way up as high up as it can go. We've been keeping our cabinets open with sub-zero temperatures. That's probably a good call. You have a space heater and didn't really think to check the actual heater? Well, I didn't know. I didn't have any, reference. I didn't have any frame of reference if it was working out, because it wasn't, cold in the apartment. There were just some nights where I was like, oh, you know what? I need just a little bit of a... Because, so... This is my first apartment that I've actually had heating that wasn't baseboard heating. This one actually comes through vents. It is probably baseboard heating is more popular here. Is that what it's called? Yeah. And so I didn't know. Part of me was like, oh well, maybe it just kind of keeps the whole building kind of at a normal temperature. I don't know. So I didn't have any frame of reference, but anyway, I've been keeping my heat up these past few days because it's still my water's still ice cold. And anyway, I don't know if it's working. I will say there's one faucet that when I first turn it on heat, I feel like it's warm, or not quite warm, but it's not ice cold. And then it gets colder. So I'm like, maybe it's working. Let's see, I guess I can't really talk too much because I have a small heater I keep in my room during the winter break because I hate being cold. Yeah. My apartment had a heater in the bathroom just for the bathroom, so after you get out of the tub or shower, it's warm and toasty. I prefer being cold just so that I can bundle up. But New Donk City. I have a space heater in my bedroom to warm my room for yoga in the evening before I go to bed. Dang. Yeah, it's just been a thing. It's just been a thing. Hey, Fire, how's it going? What was funny though is we were in Talon's stream, and I mentioned to him while he was playing Xenoblade that my water pipes are frozen, and I was like, does that ever happen in Australia? Do you guys ever have to worry about that? And I think the answer I got was not really. But he did tell me about the opposite, and maybe Laura can also chime in, that sometimes in the summer it gets so hot that like your water is just like, it's just very hot or something naturally. I think I would like that, preferably. I tend to, like, I love hot showers. Cold showers are the worst. I like to be enveloped in the hot water. And I put it like all the way to heat typically. Thanks, Fire. I haven't really, I just normally maybe trim the sides, but I haven't done anything recently. Cold water tap equals hot? Oof. That would be rough. Maybe for about 5 minutes until the pipe's clear. Okay, that's not too bad. You never have cold tap water, though. That's fair. That's fair. That's a good point. But still, the showers would be manageable. Gosh, I hate... I showering these past couple of days has been a journey. But anyway. You want to change your name to what? I bought new pants from Costco. They're joggers in this army green color. Ooh. It was... I think I've mentioned this before. Green is probably my second favorite color. And I actually have a lot of clothes that are green, but I can't wear them on stream, ever. Because I would just fade into the background. Oof. Costco has chalky milk, chalky milk, and it's so tasty. Ooh. Today we're getting to 93. Oh boy. Hot water comes from the cold taps. Dang, that would... Okay, yeah, that would be kind of... Stars, look at... Taloness, you don't have to apologize. No apologies. Vertex, because I hate... Or having a Fortnite clan in my Twitch name. Don't even play Fortnite much anymore. Oh, I didn't even know that was a Fortnite clan. Last winter, our water furnace was broken for a week, so I boiled water and mixed it with coal to wash my hair. Ooh. I think I was trying to, at some point I was like, so if I boil water, how would I use that to like bathe in? How much water would I need? How would I not just burn myself? But I decided that's probably a little too dangerous. Yeah, 93 degrees, that is no joke. Goodness, we're 15 degrees F2C. We're at for the Australians, we're at -9 right now. Head over sink baths that week. And it's overcast too. Ooh, well, wow, that says something. It's overcast and it's that hot. I love overcast weather. Took a proper shower at a friend's house midweek. That's a good call. I've thought about that. I was like, do I know anybody? I mean, it's hard because everyone's quarantining. It's like, do I know anybody that would at least let me use their shower? Let's see. Nope, too cold. You guys need to come sometime during the, like, not winter. Come during August. Talonus, Lara, come to Alaska during like August sometime. It's like faller weather. It's like really cool. You'll need a jacket, but it's not going to be like frozen. Let's see. It's 12 and snowing currently. We'll drop to -5 in the evening. Dang. Well, my friend says it's basically a group of 12-year-olds who play one of the deadest games ever. I feel like Fortnite is still incredibly popular. I don't think it's a dead game. I think that's just something that people say. I haven't actually ever played Fortnite, but I know people are like, Apex is a dead game. And it's like, it's also one of the most popular games right now, so I don't really know what you're talking about. People just like to get angry. Let's see. Wait, Jed, it's colder in Chicago right now than Alaska. Sometimes, like, that area, that's still considered Midwest, gets colder up here sometimes. Like, I think Minnesota even gets more snow than us. Probably. Someone said that. I don't know if that's actually true or not. It's clear and sunny here. 49 Fahrenheit, 9C. Do you not have hot water? I don't right now. My water pipes froze, so my apartment has been really hot because they turned the heater up all the way in hopes that boop, you know, the pipes would unfreeze. Perhaps when we can travel again. True. Also true. Yeah, don't come now. Maybe when they let us leave the country. Fair. What time is it? It's 2 p.m. here. 2:13. Oh, I love Apex. I play it like every day. Oh. Yeah. Even. At least the heater does work. True. That is true. Well, to be fair, it hasn't been for the past year. I didn't even notice. But that is a good point. Well, so, kind of funny story. There was maybe, I will say, back in maybe December, there was part of me that was like, I wonder if my heater is not working, or if something's not correct. They froze. I didn't know they could freeze if the house was being used and stuff. Yeah, I live in an apartment, but, turns out that my heater wasn't actually turned on during since I moved in. So there, like, back in December, there was like a couple of weeks where maybe I was like, maybe my heater isn't turning on properly, but I didn't feel like I could really mention that to my landlords, partially because I haven't quite got into this, but now that I have a job, I feel like I can at least mention this. But there were a few times during the past few months this year, where I was struggling to pay rent. And in fact, there was a couple of months, I think like September, October-ish, I had fallen behind on rent. So at some point I owed like 2 months rent and was like barely getting by. I think there was, I think there were a few times where I was like, oh, I don't really have, I was like, I don't have like extra snacks or anything. I only have like my main meal. It was because I didn't have any snacks. I only had my main meal. Money was really tight, I think, towards like in the fall, especially. I had some more contracty jobs towards the end of the year, closer to like November, December, which kind of made it better. I'm fully caught up now, so you guys don't have to worry about that. But I think because I hadn't caught up on my rent, and I know my landlords were like not happy about that. At some point, even I think I was trying to be very vague during most of this time because I didn't want to worry you guys. But there was at least a moment where I was like, hey, so there's gonna be some trying to really like step up and get some like more contract jobs or whatever. So like stream times might be a little crazy. Because there was a time where my landlords were actually like, if you do not catch up on this by, like, I think they gave me a week or something, but they were like, if you do not pay this by, in a week, we're going to evict you from your apartment. So I was like, oh gosh. So, yeah, anyway, it was a crazy, the last months of the year were a little intense. And so, but luckily I was able to do some like side jobs that helped me pay for all that and like catch up. And I had some help, during that time as well. So I'm good now. And now that I have a job, at least through June, I'm excited, because I can like buy food and not have to worry about that and pay for rent and, oh, I forgot to remind you about your dip. I'm glad you remembered. Jet, do you need to smell you snacks? No, I'm good. I think I'm good now. And you're getting to do stuff you enjoy doing too. Yeah, exactly. So that's good. I mean, I will say, like, my main thing is that even if this job was not something that I enjoyed doing, I would probably have just gotten it anyways, because plus I'm in the kitchen area, so I heard that. Oh, nice. I would have accepted the job anyways, because I need a job. But it's a bonus that it is stuff that I enjoy. But I will mail you snacks. No. Secret Life, you don't have to. I'm good. It was just, that time was just very intense. But now we made it past it. So I'm good. But yeah, so because of all of that, part of me has been like, I don't want to stir the pot with my landlords. Like, I don't want to get them upset. Don't want to be like, hey, something's not working. Because I know I feel like they kind of have, well, I'm sure they have to provide some kind of like, they need to make sure everything is functional. But I think part of me was like, I don't want to stir the pot because I feel like they might be like, well, you're not paying your rent. So, if you want this fixed, you're going to need to do that. So I didn't even, yeah. I should have probably checked with them anyways, but oh well. What can you do? But take cold showers now. But in fact, it is Boomer's birthday tomorrow. And actually, I think I might get pizza. I wasn't planning on it, but I remember, I think it was Runner mentioned something about pizza, and I was like, oh no, I wasn't even planning on getting anything, like eating anything special for Boomer's birthday. Just gonna celebrate in game. And then I was like, I really want pizza. I really want pizza. So since your heat wasn't properly working this whole time, it started getting colder and colder, and thus your pipes froze. Yes. Well, I don't think it's been like a gradual thing. This week we have Bot Lives Matter. That was so loud in my headphones. That scared me. Bot, welcome. How are you doing? It has been a hot minute. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Thanks for subscribing with Prime. If you didn't have Prime, or if you do have Prime, just know that you get one free Prime subscription a month. So thank you for choosing me. I haven't been here in so long. I know. I know. Offer to mail you pizza. I know, Secret Life. I don't think the pizza would get here well. Spudsky, welcome. But Bot, how are you doing? Are you still playing Animal Crossing? What is going on? Yeah, I think you guys were the ones that catalyzed. You were the catalyst for like for me wanting pizza now, because I hadn't even thought about it. But now I'm like, well, we could celebrate Boomer's birthday, and eating pizza would kind of be like also a celebration of me getting a job. So I don't know. I might pick up a pizza tomorrow. Doing good. Still playing AC. Good. Nice. I'm so half asleep. Oh no, Sputsky. It's super early. Did you go to sleep? Have you gone to sleep yet? Just a few minutes ago, I was playing Valorant. Nice. I think Valorant looks interesting. I don't have anything I can play it on, but it looks good. I like League of Legends, and I like the character designs that they've been doing for Valorant and stuff. Riot makes both games. That's that train of thought. Catalyst. Night, because I'm tired, I'm going to bed. So night, see ya, Fire Vertex. I hope you have a great night. Have a good one. This dip smells amazing. I need the cheese to melt more. Gilmore, take a picture of it. Put in our Discord. If we all had Prime, we could get you the money for pizza. Oh boy. No, you're fine. Yeah, I think so. If you guys didn't know, tomorrow is Boomer's birthday, and we do know that. Oops, there's a dang in there. I erased it. There we go. We do know that we love Boomer here, and so, oh, Party Arc. Thank you for the follow. I don't know why I didn't hear that very loudly. If we bump that even higher, maybe it's because the music's really loud in my ears. But Party Arc, welcome. We're just chatting right now, but we're gonna move into Tangle Tower. If you have never been here before, how did you find us? I was about to say, it has been. I was about to say I recognize the name, but wasn't quite sure. But thank you for the host. So wait, did you refollow? Oh, weird. Okay. Well, welcome. So right now we are currently, if you're unfamiliar, we do. Yes. That's what I was like. Okay, that makes sense because I hang out a lot in Sputnik's chat. So that's probably why I remember the name. Yeah, that's okay. So, if you've never been here, we, on Saturdays, we do the Jet Lounge. You are in the Jet Lounge right now. So we just talk for a while, and then we play like a really chill puzzle game or indie game, typically. Just something relaxing. Sometimes Animal Crossing, but I'm gonna be right back. Gotta go do dishes. All right, bot, we'll see you later. Thanks for popping in, and thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. Let's see, you share Prime, but he pays for it, so he uses the Prime sub. That's fair. Ooh, Jet Lounge. So have you got, coffee, something, a nice mug? Reminds me of the jet lag I have. Uh-oh. Have you been jet setting? Traveling? Oh, so, okay, I think I was in the middle of this. Tomorrow, in Animal Crossing, it is Boomer's birthday. And so we will be celebrating his birthday. So for those of you that have Animal Crossing, if you would like to get a gift, ready for him, come bring it over. We'll have a little celebration. If you want to wear a pilot's cap, because that's his main thing, or a, flight jacket or something. Awesome. I just came back from the UK. Nice. That's awesome. Can we just have an entire stream of Jetpack Joyride? That's funny. I've actually never played Jetpack Joyride, but anytime I'm looking for like ideas, designs that have to do with jetpacks, I always see like one of the first things that pops up is the Jetpack Joyride app icon. And I'm like, what is that game? Is it like Flappy Bird? What is Jetpack Joyride? I have zero context. Let's look that up. Jetpack Joyride. What is this? Is this like Flappy Bird? I can't tell what's going on here. Just by screenshots. No, it doesn't look like it. I bought him a jacket. Nice. I was in the UK for 6 months with my fiance, and now the US stuff feels so unfamiliar. Oh boy. Is your fiance from the UK, or did you guys just go over there? The Rocketeer? We should watch that in Discord or something. I have no idea what it is. Jetpack Joyride reminds me of Electric Joyride, the music. I'm back. So Jetpack Joyride is just you are avoiding objects. Literally, that's it. With a jetpack. Nice. I just based on this image. Hold on. Okay, cool. It's saved. I feel like this. Hold on. Can I? Oop. Okay. Yeah. This teaser image, I feel like, is the closest to what I look like. I don't know what that face is, but it's not great. It's like looking into a mirror. I love that email. Let's see. My fiance is a UK citizen. He wasn't able to come with me to the US. My visa ended. Oh no, that's awful. It's fun for like a 20-minute session. Maybe we'll give it a shot one day, just for funsies. Oh gosh, visas are so terrible to deal with. Have that as an icon for a day. I probably should. Yeah, Party Arc, that sucks. There's a streamer by the name of Dex Bonus. I don't know if you know who she is, but she's married to another streamer named Strippin', and he's from the UK, she's from the US, and they recently moved to the UK, but they were having to deal with visa stuff, and anyway, so I know that I've heard from other people that it could be a process, but it just takes time. But I'm sure things will turn out. Just sorry that that's been going on. But anyway, at certain times they've had to they moved there, and then shortly before the whole pandemic stuff started and things started closing down, she had to fly back to the US, but luckily she made it back to the UK with visas kind of done right before lockdown happened. So gonna be a wreck. Awesome bot. Hey, loves to cook. Have you mentioned her before? Yes. She's the streamer that I watched that I was like, by watching her, I was like, maybe I could start streaming. I'm not like the same as her, nor am I like, I would say we're not, there was just some of it that I was like, she seems very genuine, and also plays a lot of smaller games. Isn't always playing the newest games that come out. She plays a lot of indie games. And part of me was like, there's something really chill about the atmosphere that she has. And so, does she play D&D? She does. She's on a couple of different series right now. I have not watched any of her recent stuff, any of her recent D&D games. Back, all right, bud. Um, she something Arcanum. She's in one that's called. There's like a big I haven't watched this at all. There's another big D&D campaign that goes on where the DMs for multiple games, different people, but they're all in the same world and they're all connected. And apparently it's really good, and people really like it because you kind of have to. If you watch one of the series, if you watch one of the series, that sounds weird. You can then, they might affect something that happens in the game that the other people are playing or whatever. So it's kind of cool. But anyway, I'm going to shout her out. In the case, you guys should give her a follow because she's amazing. She plays a lot of really cool indie games. She's the one that got me into Picross. That's basically you. Well, I don't know. She's just so much better at everything. She's hilarious. I find her so funny. Probably a lot of work for the DM. Yeah, no joke. I feel like that has to be the only thing he does. Because it's like, I'm pretty sure it's every week. It's a weekly thing, but he's running multiple games, so it has to be daily. He's pretty much doing that. I think it's 3 or 4. You still have Little Jet on your screen. I know. I need somebody. I would love a little I mean, not ripping this, but I want a jetpack picture of me that is in this pose with a jetpack. I've been trying to find something like that, or I don't know. I feel like getting jetpack ideas so difficult. Sometimes they look more like rockets. Sometimes in Apex they technically have jetpacks, but they're just little hip jetpacks. Little Jet looks like a pop figure. It does. But I would love a little thing. But you see, he has little shaved sides. Cool. But I recommend, if you have not watched Dex Bonus, go give her a follow, give her a watch, a look-see, because she's great. She was the one that I was watching that I was like, I could do this. I feel like she's not too over the top or I don't know. She just seems to be kind of laid back, likes creating a relaxing atmosphere. I love it. But yeah, give it a shot. Followed. Nice. She is in the UK, so sometimes the stream times might be a little weird. Is she? Sometimes. Is she on? She used to be part of. No, she's not. She used to be part of a YouTube. Well, she's had a YouTube channel for forever. She used to be Press Heart to Continue on YouTube, where she used to vlog multiple times a week. And a pop jet. I like that. Jet Pop Paul. Anyway, she used to do a bunch of vlogging, but then she was also a part of a YouTube gaming thing called Polaris. That was pretty good. She was great. She was like a host there. And let's see. There was something that I missed. Oh, the marriage visa costs around $2,000, and then after that, easy citizenship fast track. Dang. Well, I hope things get settled. Party arc. I know that's got to be hard. Can't be easy. Especially during pandemic stuff and all of that. So today we're going to play a little bit of Tangle Tower. I mentioned that. Then after that, because I think we don't have very long, I think we're gonna jump into a new game, and there's a few that I have that I'm curious about. Some of them I'm like, would this be good just to do another day, or I don't know. But I found one that's kind of like Firewatch, if you guys know what Firewatch is. I found one that's like Firewatch, but it's about observing squirrels. It looks interesting. But I have some other like puzzle indie games as well. I might save the squirrel one for another day. I don't know. We'll see. Dip photos in the Discord. We're hoping that the travel ban is lifted by August or September. Ooh. Gilmore, that looks very tasty. Nom 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 nom. That looks delicious. I would eat that. I'm gonna skip this song. There you go. Yeah, I hope so. Party Arc. That'd be awesome. Hey, even sooner than that would be even more amazing. Yes, we have... Oh, okay, so there are a couple of games that I've been thinking about we could play maybe after Tangle Tower. The squirrel one, maybe we might make a day of that this week sometime. Where it's just like, hey, we're going to sit down and play this game. Or maybe it'll be an in-between after we finish Control. Maybe we play that instead. Maybe we play a couple shorter games before hopping into, like, the next big one. Then I have a couple of... I have another game called The Almost Gone, which I think is more of a puzzle game. And then one called Aegis Defenders. That's kind of like platformer / tower defense, but it seems to be I've heard that it's a very relaxing game. I've also heard it's not very difficult. So, but it still looks cool. And then we have, other things we could play, but anyway. It'd be nicer if it was sooner due to vaccines, yeah. Hopefully that kind of goes well over the next couple of months. That would be excellent. That would be wonderful. Hang on, I thought this was a horror stream now? No. Only on Control. And it's really not that horror-y. Don't say that. Because people start leaving when... when they see some spoops, people start leaving. I love Control though. I love it. The Almost Gone is also fantastic. I was thinking about maybe doing that after. Or I don't know. Aegis Defenders looks super cool. If you guys have not seen Aegis Defenders, the art style is super neato. I also want to play at some point. Have you guys heard of Hold on, this is Aegis Defenders. Look at this nice little pixelated style. Looks so cool. I really want to play, it's called... What's it called? Oh gosh. What's it called? Let's see if I can find this game just by searching these search terms. Indie game. Red. Heart. Sword. Hyper Light Drifter. It's the second one. It was the second search result by with that keyword search of indie game red, heart, and sword. So I'm glad Google knows me. But I started playing Hyper Light Drifter a while back and I never finished it, and I would love to play that again. And it's pretty chill from what I remember. There's a couple of like maybe more intense boss fights, but overall I think it's pretty laid back, and the like atmosphere is really chill. Like it's just the music's very ambient and kind of like, I don't know, might be fun. It's not really a puzzle game or anything, but also at some point I should have probably prepped this for today, but it's okay, I already forgot. Sometime soon for a Jet Lounge, I really want to do a tabletop simulator Jet Lounge where we just do puzzles. You can have multiple people join the tabletop simulator game, and you guys can all help me put a puzzle together. I think you can have up to like 8 people. So, keep an eye out on Tabletop Sim. See if it goes on sale or anything like that. But have I done a Stardew Valley stream yet? No, I don't own Stardew Valley, actually. I feel like there are so many people who are playing it right now, though. I know Cap's been playing it, Fabled Mabel. Someone else recently started it for the first time. So and we've rated a couple people recently that are also just starting Stardew, but yeah, I've never played it. I kind of play Stardew. I honestly can't tell if I would like it or not. I can't tell. I think it's different enough from Animal Crossing that I'm kind of like, would I like this game? I don't know. You should get Stardew Valley. It might be a good one to try at some point. I just don't know if it just may not be. We may give it a try, but it may not be a thing. It may not be like a long play. I think a lot of people are playing now because there's a new update recently. Oh, what did the update add? We should give it a try. I'm not opposed to giving it a try. I'll add it to my Switch wish list and see when it goes on sale. I had it on my phone, but haven't gotten into other games. Oh, but have gotten into other games. Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell. I think it's fun watching people play it, but yeah, I'm not sold yet. Has there ever been a Minecraft stream? There is not. There has not. Oh, in essence, Animal Crossing. Fair. And Ori. I want to give Ori a shot at some point. I've never played, but it looks beautiful, and I've heard good things. Are both of the Ori games on the Switch? Because there's Ori in the Blind Forest and Will o' the Wisps or something? You will like Stardew Valley? Is that... I can't tell that's a command or... I don't know. I don't know if I will. I think with Animal Crossing, part of it's the animals and the just overall cuteness of it. I don't know if I'll like Stardew, but I'll give it a shot for sure. I know Blind Forest is, and I think Will o' the Wisps just got that recently. The overlap of people that play Stardew and AC is giant. Yeah, I play it on PC. Okay. It looks like Talon says that they are, so... Maybe a cat! Welcome! We are finishing Tangle Tower today, if it's the last thing I do. That was in a very lounge mood, I'm sorry. But I want to finish Tangle Tower today. How are you doing? How's your Saturday? Sunday, depending where you are? I'm gonna need more chips. Oh, by the way, Talinus and Lara, I'm very excited to try chicken salt. I want to try chicken salt. And I want to... I have never made homemade French fries before, or chips as you might call them, in your great land. But I would kind of like to make some. I made a list of things to send you. Yes. Had chicken salt on my chips yesterday and on the chips this morning with my hot dog. Nice. I have 3 versions of Stardew. No joke. My PC version, my Switch and phone. I'll give it a shot. I'm going to look to see when it's on sale next, and I'll pick it up. I kind of have, Laura, I kind of have maybe a small favor. Potentially for this list. Shame we cannot send you a Yogo. Can you get like an ice pack or something? Just throw that in there. I was actually thinking, part of me was like, I wonder if after you send me a care package, I'll send you guys an Australian one. And I was like, is there any way I can send reindeer sausage through the mail? Is that allowed? Wait, no, I did not see you eat that Yogo. They still make them? I thought you said they weren't making them since like the 90s. I didn't know if, do I still have that? I don't know if I kept it. Let's see. Where is our pal, the Yogo guy? Do I still have him somewhere? Did I delete it already? Where is he? Where is this Yogo gorilla? Oh no. Yogo gorilla. Yeah. Oh boy. Yogo is apparently an Australian, like, pudding snack? And I think reindeer sausage may be off limits. That's fair. Yeah, I think... I was kind of like, I feel like there's probably some customs thing that I probably wouldn't be able to, I wouldn't be able to get that through there. I was actually, whoa, Johnny! How are you doing? Wow, we've had a lot of people who haven't been around here for a while. Pop back in. How are you doing? How is it going, my friend? Welcome to the Jet Lounge. We're chatting right now. We're gonna finish like a mystery game here in a little bit, but no, Laura, I was actually gonna ask, and I can pay for this if it ends up being a expensive thing, but I didn't know if you could find some kind of Australian representative of like a headband, something that I could wear, like some kind of headband thing that maybe would be kind of Australian-y. That'd be awesome. I would love that. I would cherish it forever. But that would be the one request. I would love that. With koalas? I've just been playing CS and Genshin. Have you eaten much chips? Chips? Is that a reference to something? I have not been eating much chips. I need to make some Australian chips, aka French fries, here soon. so that I can, well, when the chicken salt comes in. Because if you guys have not heard, there is a thing called chicken salt. Side note, because I think Talenus was surprised. The spicy chips. No. You were here for the, you were here when I ate the, ghost pepper, right? I didn't eat any spicy chips. I just, like, bit into a ghost pepper. Oh, boy. Yeah. No, I have not done that any time after that. No. Oh, yeah, the pepper chips. Well, I didn't have any... I thought about getting, like, a... Because there's, like, a chip you can buy that's, like, a singular chip that is just covered in ghost pepper stuff. But I went ahead and just bit into the pepper. Cleaning a kitchen is such a hassle. Oh, you're not wrong. Not wrong. Oh, okay, so Americans. Americans in chat. Have you heard of chicken salt? And if you have you ever had chicken salt before? I'm American. You summoned? Never heard of it. I thought you were American. That was weird to even type. I know, because it's a lie, Talenus. I don't think I've heard of it, so I probably haven't had it. Who is Yogo? Yogo is a mascot to an Australian, question mark? Like yogurt, I think, or custard. Yes, and a DIY version. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Runner, welcome. Emmer says that she has never heard of it. Yeah, it's basically just seasoned salt. Okay, so chocolate custard. Thank you. So, Talenus mentioned Yogo. That's why it's there. I didn't actually answer that. I just said, who is Yogo? Answered that, not why it exists currently on the screen. That's because my college roomie was from Sydney. That makes sense. So I had never heard of chicken salt before. Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me pull up this recipe. Boopity boopity boop. Where is... Okay, hold on. Is that there? Okay, yeah. Oh, you guys can't see that. Hold on, let me refresh it so you can see now. Chicken salt, Australia's best kept secret. You need Vegeta chicken. 6 tablespoons of table salt. 3 tablespoons of chicken stock. Garlic powder. Sweet paprika. Let me do this. White pepper. Onion powder. Celery seeds. You mix it all up. You put an IKEA plate on top of it and shake it around, spilling some on your counter. And boom. You now have chicken salt. Make some homemade chips. Put some of that stuff on there. Jumble it around. And you now have Australia's best kept secret. And I would love to try some. But I mentioned that I was like, hey, Talenus, is this a thing? Is this really this? And I think he was more surprised that we didn't have that. He didn't realize that it was like just an Australian thing. Let's see. Has anyone had pink salt before? I've seen it, but I've never tried it. I've heard it's like normal salt, but just dyed. That's what I think I've heard. Oh, we just buy it in a tub. It is the best seasoning on fries. I'm excited. I want to try some. Wife pepper? No, but. Is seasoned salt a secret? Because I've been using it twice a week since I was 10. Well, dang, Runner. We didn't know you were on top of it all. Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding all the secrets? Our chicken salt isn't that dark. Do more cooking videos. That did seem like a lot of salt. But I'm sure it's good. Well, it's not just salt, though. It's like a lot. There's like seasonings and stuff. It's our own thing. Anyway, it looks delicious. Is it? I feel like I heard that it's not really that much different than normal salt. Or there was something weird about it. Oh, or maybe it's that... Maybe it's this, that most Himalayan salt that you find in grocery stores are not legitimate. That's probably what it is. And that a lot of it is just dyed or something like that. I think that's what it is. There's a lot that's like not fully genuine Himalayan salt. I have none of that. I gotta go. Apparently it started snowing even harder than expected, and last week I got stuck on the ramp out of my parking garage. Oh boy. Yeah, go take care of that. Dang, I wish it was snowing here. Even though I know that's probably not great. We don't have any snow in the forecast this week. Sad. Sag. Dang. You've been here the whole time? Oh. Why are you so quiet, Runner? Why are you hiding? I'm gonna go panic out of my office building? Oh boy. Yeah, get home. I've never even seen snow. Can you believe it? Dang. Wait, Johnny, where are you? I feel like you've mentioned it before, but I can't remember. It snowed for 2 days a week ago. Dang. You're from Portugal. I did not know that. That's awesome, though. Yeah, I did not know that. That's awesome. Well, hello from the U.S. Say hello to all of Portugal for me. There's snow on the ground, but it hasn't been snowing recently. Listening to you while writing music, trying to hit a certain spot before stopping. Nice. I'll say it. Just look outside your window and say, hello. Thank you for that hydrate, Gilmore. Always need more water. Always need some more. But yeah, I think tomorrow I might pick up some pizza. Wow, that transition. Oh yeah, Johnny, you've not been here since we added some stuff. We've added a few things. Crazy. I forget that some people haven't been here for a bit. Uh-oh. But Jed is in Alaska. It should be a wave of icicles falling on him. I know. It's cold, but perfect. We got so many more new emotes since you've last been here. So many things. You guys can see the game screen that I was that I was trying to look at all of the games that I had. See what we could play next. But Runner, I don't. Oh wait, did you hear me, Runner? Then when I said that, did the Christmas tree finally burn down? Yeah, I finally got rid of it. Zelda. Those transitions are amazing. Thank you. I need to make more. There's more that I need to do. There's some ideas that I have, but it's just gonna take me a bit to do them, I think. Wait, Runner, were you here when I said that you inspired me that I'm now gonna have pizza tomorrow? I hadn't even thought about it until you guys mentioned it the other day, and I was like, oh, you know what? Actually, a fist bump. Gilmore has redeemed a fist bump for hot water. Oh boy. I hope my pipes unfreeze today. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Everybody out there who's taking normal showers and aren't freezing to death, if you'd like to punch your screen on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, wha-bam. Thanks for being here and hanging out with us. Okay, good. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about having pizza tomorrow until you guys mentioned it, and now I'm like, I want pizza tomorrow. So I think I'm gonna try to go pick up some pizza, I think, before stream. Yeah, that's my plan. Because if I can't wait for too long because tomorrow's the Super Bowl, and I'm sure a lot of people are ordering pizza. I think that's all the new things. Yeah, that's probably most of them. I have some ideas for some, but I actually have... I don't think I'm going to say anything. I have some smaller ones that I have in my mind, but I'm not sure if it's good. Going to head to the shops and see what Aussie stuff I can find. Oh boy, Lara. All right, awesome. Enjoy. Thanks for lurking. Where did I make them? So okay, what do we have? The water one, fun fact, I'm gonna play the water animation. It's actually two different, it's actually two different animations. One is the wipe from the side, and then the second one is the water coming up. Or going down. That's the second animation. But I just put that together via After Effects. Same thing with the fire. There's actually... Whoops. That's not... same thing with the fire. There's actually two... These are two different animations. One is the one that's behind me. The other one is the one that's in front of me. And I... actually, I don't think I had to do anything with this one, really. I just layered them in OBS. And then the... fist bump, found the background, did the text, but then the fist and like the punch effect I found online. So I put that together via After Effects as well. But yeah. By the way, I haven't mentioned this because I haven't used it all that often, but if you guys have either BTTV emotes or on your browser, you can do a few. I need to find the list of ones that I added because I haven't done that. I'm conditioned to fist bump when I hear that. I know. Also, that barely made a dent in my points. How many points do you guys have? I'm still in shock. Oh man. 50,000? Okay. Good to know. I remember having 179 points after the whole Fonzie Final Fantasy fiasco, and now I'm at 23,000. Dang! Dang, you've gotten a lot. 1.5, nice. Okay. 210, you'll get there. You'll get up there. I thought about doing some shorter ones. 95,000, dang. That's also good to know in the case I ever do another big goal. I know how to price it. Because you guys now have a lot of points. Bring back the dab? No, the dab's not coming back. I used the dab thing, I think. You were probably one of the few. There is, I've been thinking about adding some kind of, like, smaller animations that are more like reactions. Like something would pop up on the screen. But we'll see. They might be too cheesy, so I don't want to do them if they're dumb. But we'll see. Wait, did you hear what I did by accident the other day, Jet? I don't think so. What did you do? Oh, wait. I refunded almost everyone's points from the last 4 months that were redeemed. Okay, I did see something. I saw you posted that on your Discord, but I wasn't sure if I had just missed something in... I wasn't sure if I just missed something where you had refunded... Because I thought that was also, like, the day that, maybe Lockie had done the change game one. And so I thought, oh, maybe he refunded a few extra ones, too. But you did all of them? Oh, my gosh. Did you remember when I thought it was... Wait, let's see. I was like... Just for 10,000. Oh, yeah. I do remember that. Let's see, I got points back wondering, did I really spend this much on Sophia treats? I went to clear out... Oh, I got a notification. I went to clear out my backlog of queued up redemptions and hit cancel by accident. Then they were all refunded. Oh, God. Well... At least they're not, like... You know, like some people use... channel points for, like, giveaway entry forms and stuff. At least it wasn't that. I wonder if... I need to check my points in your channel. I guess I don't typically redeem a lot of stuff when I watch you, though. I just usually let Spudsky and Zayd do that. And Lockie. I just watch. I'm there for the entertainment. Now you can do predictions, which are fun. That's true. Sophia deserves them because you're worth it. I know. Sophia's gonna get so many more snacks now. Snowpoint City from Pokemon Diamond. Well... It's been an hour and a half. Maybe we should start on a game. How does that sound? Does that sound good? We probably should start a game. It's been an hour and a half. Maybe that's too long. Maybe that was too long of a intro. I don't know. I was having fun though. I didn't realize. I didn't realize that we haven't. Is this a gaming channel? Not anymore, Roar. Not anymore. This is a chat day. I know I've asked you this, but when do you stream? Like, which days? Right now, it is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. My times have changed because I recently got a job, and so I'm now streaming more at my night times. But Saturday and Sunday will be kind of during this time period. But Monday, Wednesday, Friday will be later at night. So yeah. Wait, didn't I? I thought I did. I'm pretty sure I did. I think I did. Or I looked at it. Does that count? That should count. I did look at it briefly. Schedule. Yes. It's updated. It should be. Yeah. I'm looking at it right now. Let's go to the next week. I don't have a Sunday one listed, but it's mostly there. Mostly there. And those times, they're kind of approximate. Sometimes it's going to be like at 5. Sometimes it's going to be a little bit later. But Oh, is it below? Oh, you know what? I changed the under the schedule tab, but not under my about me. I need to do that. I'm going to go back to Valorant. All right, see you, bot. For me, it's midnight right now. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and then Tuesday and Thursday, and a Boomer Sunday. Let's see. Right now, it's midnight for you. I won't be able to be here during the week. Oh, when I start streaming. That's when I want to be. Wait. What? Hold on, let me see something. What time? Oh, yeah, it's midnight right now. Yeah, so you are... How many hours ahead? That's... 9. Oh, you're 9 hours ahead. So... Oh, when I... during the week, when I'm streaming at, like, 5 or 6, that's going to end up being... Oh, like 3 in the morning for you. Oh, boy. That's my bad. Let's see, it's 5 p.m.-ish right now for me. My school will start on Monday. Oh, boy. Gotta go do laundry? No problem. Not a problem. Good, there are VODs. That's true. Good thing there are VODs. Indeed. So, we are almost finished with this game. The basic gist is we have come. Our name is Detective Grimoire. That's us on the left. And this is Sally, our detective partner. And we are trying to solve the crime of who killed this girl named... Freya. There we go. She died while painting a picture of Flora, mysteriously, and we need to figure out who did it. These are the cast of characters. They are all... they're 2 families. All the ones whose names begin with F's are part of the Fellows family. All the ones that have names that begin with P are from the Pointer family. And then there's Hawkshaw, who is like another detective on site. But there's some mystery to this game. There are puzzles we have to solve and that sort of thing. We're at the very, very end, so it's kind of hard to explain everything. But it's a very well-written game. It's actually really funny. And yeah. Oh, 3-ish, I suppose. Yeah, what's the middle family? Remingtons? But they all live in this tower. And one of the last things I remember doing is there's a puzzle up here. Also, please no spoilers. Don't help me with the puzzles unless I ask for help. Yeah, that's pretty much it. They married in, so people are still fellows and pointers. Oh, correct.
You know,
I think this is one of the...
I've always wanted one of those.
And it's fully voice acted. That's great.
Mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
That might be too loud. All right. Okay. One of my favorite parts about watching this game is seeing what theories people come up with. Interesting. Let's see. Whoops. Let's see here. Okay, that one's... Can this move, or is this in the center? This is just in the center. I can't get it exactly where I want it to go. Hold on. Maybe we need to flip these around. Uh-huh. Okay.
I got it.
I'm impressed. Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath. What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
A boog? A golden beetle. Okay, so we know Hawkshaw was hired by Pointer, Professor Pointer. Right?
There's something
Look for
about
it.
Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Hold on. I didn't read what that was about, though. What did it say? Various research notes and diagrams. 4. The golden beetle, named for its exoskeleton, composed of a mineral approximately 90% identical to gold, has a lifespan of several years. It fends off predators with a loud hiss. Records of over 95 decibels. And by being completely undigestible. This Meistid has a somewhat spurious reputation for causing ill fortune to those that see it. Interesting. Oh, interesting. While we're here, says with sass.
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue.
He looks like he has a book on his head.
I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes.
I've always just thought it was a book, but maybe it is supposed to be hair. I guess it is hair. Okay. Let's talk to, oh boy. Hold on, before we do that.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
All right, see ya, Johnny. Have a good one. It's pretty great. I recommend it. Oh, look, I guess we need to ask her about that first.
It's a big stone die.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one too.
Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it.
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
But they are my theories.
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
Aha!
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact you didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
It's not a microscope at all. It's broken and doesn't work. Hawkshaw doesn't know how to use it. I believe Fifi said it was a telescope. Right?
It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
I'm pretty sure said something. Yeah. The handheld microscope it's made entirely of was created by Fifi to use. According to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens. So Fifi stole it. So Hawkshaw lied about it, which makes it the murder weapon.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi
Liar.
when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
Ooh.
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento of my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your
Freya?
murder victim.
Also, I love Grimoire. He's like, okay, wait, so we've gotten off track. How does this relate to anything? While Hawkshaw is pouring her heart out on this toy that she has just so she can get it signed by like a hero. It's like, okay, wait a second. This is unimportant. Okay, so we have I think we asked her. Whoops. Let's get the map. for a
More
sec.
of that
Whoops.
weird
Dang it!
algae.
I do that every time. this ready yet? No, I think. Okay. Let's ask Fitz about the beetle. Maybe he knows something.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. It's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
Cusco. What's with the chimp and the bug? Can we get back to me? But Grimoire and Hawkshaw, you're right. This isn't important. I just love that because it's kind of shows how Grimoire is kind of a bad detective at times, but
You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously.
Should we go investigate that? The dialogue is great, right?
Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Interesting.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Okay, but there's nothing new there. As far as I can tell.
Do you know anything about this beetle?
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
She might know something about this research.
Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
She got us. Oh, I've not asked her
Name,
about Penny.
Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes birds, dislikes insects. Notes: Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her.
Aww.
Name: Percival Pointer. Age: 57. Profession: none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me.
Oh gosh. She's a little sassy. While we're here, let's pop over here real quick.
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
Dang.
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying, earthly tether, slowly fraying, floating helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
That was very dark. That was very dark for Professor Pointer. I feel like that alone makes me suspicious of him.
What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
Grimoire ... Okay. Poppy's poems were one of my favorite parts of the game. Yeah, they're very well done. Okay, I don't really know. We're gonna start over here. I'm gonna see if we've missed anything or... I know there's this.
I'm still not sure about this thing.
Should we take another look?
Okay. Did we ask her about... Okay, yes. I don't know if we asked him about... Oh, we did. My bad. I think Poppy we know is done. Maybe we missed something in some of the rooms. Let's see.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
A brightly colored flower with an unusual shape. It looks very healthy and well looked after. The soil in the pot looks fresh and moist. It's also an unusual blue color. So we should probably go talk to Fitz about that. Let's peek in some of the other rooms. The music of this game is really good.
A single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird.
Okay, first let's go talk to Penelope. See what she says about this flower.
And especially...
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Oh, that was a thing. I didn't realize it. 3 brightly colored birds in a heavy, ornate cage.
Yes, it's my My flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
Hey, you figured out the door codes to the garden. That one took me a minute. Yeah, that one, it took me a second, and I realized, I was like, oh, they're opposites. I didn't
I must
quite
say the girls are
see that
awfully
at
well
first.
behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
A valid question, I suppose.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
There's
We're
something
gonna go
about
there.
those petals we found
Oh.
in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Suspicious?
Let's ask her about it.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so we have asked her about everything. I'm actually not too sure what... I haven't come to a conclusion yet. But maybe...
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to. Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
Don't ask her about naming her hat, though. Yeah, I know. I wanted to talk to him about those other stuff first.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't
Who mentioned
sneak.
that?
Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else. Fifi lied about seeing Fitz. Fifi definitely saw Fitz holding a knife.
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
The flower? I mean, the ornate trowel would look like a knife. But we did just find the flower, which makes me feel like that's a thing. That's probably related. But this looks more like a knife. Oh gosh, maybe it's the trowel. But this makes... I feel like it's probably one of these since we just picked this up. Let's see what happens. It looks like a knife.
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use
Okay.
it at all.
Okay. Or do you? Is there a reason for Fitz to go up Pointer Tower with the trowel? An ornate trowel. Oh, maybe. ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in the garden, in the greenhouse in Penny's room.
An ornate trowel is used by
Aha!
Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower,
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
We
Are
need
you a
a clue
liar?
compared to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
The soil.
Let's take a closer look at these.
Ho ho! Ho ho! In Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's
The pot and
greenhouse.
soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess.
You liar!
Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower.
Hmm.
It looks exactly like Penny.
It took
Oh,
me
I
a
didn't
long
even
time
realize
to
that.
breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
Aw, Fitz. That's so nice. Dang, he made a flower that looked like her. That's crazy. I didn't even pick up on that, but yeah, it totally looks like her. It's amazing.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're fake. They're from red roses? Oh. They're from red tulips. They're fake?
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses. And who they belong to.
Well. I mean, this has roses on it. Is this?
That's not right.
Okay, well, it's not it. Is this, I mean...
That's not right.
Okay, nope. Wait, do we have what we need? Hold on. Is there, oh, there we go. Oh, doy.
It's a
Doy.
drawing of Fitz and Poppy in a rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding.
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
Ooh, Penny. Was stolen from, was used to kill, was used to spy on, was used to bribe, was given to. One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz. Because they were planning a murder and steal money from them, but it didn't work, and distract them and steal evidence from them.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
Ho ho ho!
Let's take a closer look at these.
On this yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird to confuse me when it escaped from Penny when it visited the greenhouse. Oh wait, rooftop garden.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird
Ooh.
when it visited the rooftop garden.
I do love the birds.
Can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Her hatted eyes. Sus hat. I like the face that it makes. Okay. So that happened. I think we've talked to him about all the things. Yeah, okay. I want to be like, hey Fitz, you need to talk to Penelope. I don't think she's doing too great. Let's go back to Professor Pointer's room.
A Spyglass to the Stars, volumes 1 to 12.
They're in very good condition.
A bell jar. It's empty.
What do people normally keep in bell jars?
Other than bells, you mean?
Dot dot dot.
It's tidier than my desk. Oh, the notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
A picture frame.
With no picture.
It's tidier than my desk.
So, even the most well-used...
It's interesting that...
they're clearly gizmos.
It's interesting that the books and, like, notebook are untouched, almost. Gizmos and gadgets.
A new suspect! Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Save it for the judge.
We may have heard that before, I just forgot about it. Okay, there's nothing new, I don't think.
We already solved it.
Okay, yeah. That's right. That's right.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that.
What are they?
Wind chimes. Silent wooden wind chimes.
Did we already ask?
Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right. I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective.
You don't say.
All right,
Oops.
you got
Spooky murder mansion?
Spooky Murder Mansion.
Spooky Murder Mansion. We've talked to her. We need to talk to Hawkshaw. Oh, another bear.
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
And you consider that important evidence, do you? 3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would.
Perhaps Penelope's afraid that Fitz would fly.
It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what. I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
I love
That
each of their
looks like
character
it might
songs.
belong to Fitz. Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to.
Talking about the birds, or are we talking about Fitz? I don't really know. Or both. Anything else in this room also?
Do
I
you
feel
know
like I'm
anything about
missing
these
something.
birds?
'Cause
Or
there's still one spot there.
birds in general?
Okay, lady. We haven't checked Fitz's room in a second. I should probably redo. I should do that. Maybe something will stand out.
What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage?
Okay, we have not done his suspicions. We are missing something. Does he have a room? Is that his room? I guess there's no other extra things, but let's go back in here.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
They're clearly gizmos.
What is it?
It's a large device.
You're not wrong.
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
Ooh. Oh!
It's the tower opposite this one.
I knew
just
he
about
was looking
see the
at-
gramophone. You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there.
Say what?
It's too dark back there. I can't really see anything.
Say...
Is this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
I
There's
knew he
something
was
about
looking at everything.
Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Later, let's go find the secret room. Ooh.
It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight, like a man.
You know there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here.
I know.
Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
Excuse me? Oh.
Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda. It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
At least the moths are kept well fed.
You're awake, Spensky!
Nothing catching my
Nice
interest.
I'm sorry, is
Right?
the spooky attic boring you?
Kinda.
Is this anything?
Just dusty junk.
Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
So there's a hidden room up here
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is
Kinda.
with a werewolf a stuffed werewolf, a jar with a wolf on it. These voices are really nice. They are nice. They're very well voice acted. Okay, maybe we come back here.
I feel like there's gotta be a clue up here.
Oh. Okay.
It's a statue of a
You know there's
I
it's
know.
not quite. Also, it's stuffed.
Oh, wait, maybe...
Where's that light coming from?
No, it's just daylight, I think.
There we go.
There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
I thought by clicking on the golden sheen before that we could... Oh!
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
Okay, I think... So... You can look down in the thing. Did we get that clue? No. Wait.
I feel like there's gotta be a clue.
Okay, no. Okay, hold on.
Where's that light coming from?
There's a decent gap between those.
Where's
Oh,
that
gosh.
light coming
There's a decent.
Where's that light coming from?
Is that what
Can
I think it is?
What am I supposed to do here?
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it
Is that what I think it is?
is? Is that what I think?
What, can we do something else here? I can't move anything.
Is that what I think it is?
I'm confused. Am I supposed to do something?
What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Reel thingy. A brass reel with a screw at the top. Coiled around the reel is the length of fine red rope. Is that what you think it is? Can you at least tell us what you think it is, sir? Okay, so now we can move. Red rope. I know we can ask him some questions, but I just want to... What? Have I not? Oh, never mind. Anything with red rope on it. I missed that during my first playthrough. Ooh, spade! Spade? I don't like spades, only blackjack. Sorry, typos. Zade and Spudsky. Do you remember when Lucky would call Zade Jade? I remember that time. Sheet music, ornate. Okay. I don't recall... We're gonna go to every room real quick. Before we go back up to Professor Pointer. Back when we all used to hang out, Pepe hands. Oh no. Actually, I've popped in there a few times and you guys haven't been on when I was in there. Or you guys blocked me, I don't know. Just kidding. Okay, I didn't see anything there. Anything with red string. We're going to all of them before we go up there. Nothing red stringy. Nothing red stringy. But some kind of rope. I mean... I doubt those are red, though. They've made most of the clues pretty obvious. We missed you. I know. I wish my times aligned more with y'all's. Let's see. Okay. I haven't found anything that looks red and stringy. Okay, let's just go talk to Professor Pointer. Oh, hello, Professor. We have something to ask you about.
Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
Agreed.
So,
Right.
Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all. Ha! You discovered a meteor and is heading straight for Earth. You're trying to get a planet named after yourself. Um, I'm pretty sure it's this one. I kind of want to see what happens. I like the girl's voice a lot, to be honest. They all have really nice voices, I think. I really want to ask... I want to say this, even though I know it's not right, just because I want to know what happens. If they have a conversation
We
about
discovered
this.
a meteor is heading straight for Earth.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither. I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh, okay. I was hoping the
go
professor would say something. Like,
You're trying to get a planet named after yourself.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
dang, I wish
have a
there
theory
was...
about you, Professor.
I wanted
Oh,
the professor
go
to say
on.
something. Like,
You're not
But yeah,
really
you're not-
interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
Woohoo! Pointer's telescope was actually looking at... Wait, what did it say? Sneaking up on, was trying to hide, was on top of... Was actually looking at... The crime scene! Because it was daytime, for self-reflection, and not up at the sky.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen, incredibly rare, valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Oh. Let's see. I like this animation, right? I do too. I love how they move and stuff. Even though, what's kind of interesting is even though they all have like, only 3 or 4 animations each, I feel like it fits really well with what they covered all their bases really well. Okay, I'm back. Hit a good music point to stop now. Yeah, good. Awesome. Glad you're back.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
We now know there was a secret room.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
Why did we come all the way here? Hey, that's not...
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
So true,
There's
War.
a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
This is my new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck, you two. Freya. What? A wooden toy of some kind, a layer of dark ink lays beneath a sheet of glass. She wrote it to us?
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Unfinished business. What is this? What did that mean? Okay. Wait. Why is this here? Oh! We can go over the thingies. Okay.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
Ghost-chan! Oh, boy. Oh, and welcome back, Laura. Successful shopping trip. Nice. Freya Fellow, 19, murdered, and we need to find out who did it. Oh, Jet, you're spoiled? Oh, no.
To
I'm
see
excited.
if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon, and we heard this sound. Lasted about
This
30
is for-
seconds.
That's interesting. I forgot about that. This is all of their accounts together from what we know. And from what they've told
We
us
thought
thus far.
it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs. Just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer. So I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
Hold on. We're going to cut it
That's
short, but I
all
just
the
want to
statements
see...
collected. Let's run through them
I want
all
to see where
if
everyone was
anything
at the very
doesn't add up.
at the
To see
beginning
if
of...
anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden. We heard this
Hold on, pause.
sound.
Okay.
Lasted about 3
Professor
seconds.
Professor Pointer's up there. They're in the garden. They're here. Fifi's in her room. Hawkshaw's in the library without Fifi. Maybe... Okay. Felix is in his room. Penelope's over there, and that's it.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
So people who are by themselves currently are Felix, Fifi, Hawkshaw, and Penelope and the Professor.
The door was...
Okay.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
Was Freya stabbed by knife? Why was there blood on the painting? Was used to paint over, was used to paint the red tip of, was replaced by, was designed to match, was used to hide, was used to paint over. Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of. We don't have a paintbrush. Or the painted ink tip feather. Was designed to match a real knife. Oh, wait. Hold on. Blood from the paint pot. What are these options? So it could stab Freya, to distract Freya, to hide the evidence? The ornate trowel? Okay, hold on. What do I need to do to prove the existence of magic? Don't think that's it. To resemble a bloody knife. This does look like the painted Flora was designed to match was used to hide. Okay, no, don't say anything. No one give me any hints. I want to figure this out. It's used to paint over. Blood from the paint pot was used to paint over the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife. That actually does make sense. Let's see if that is. Let's see. Blood from the paint pot was used to paint over the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
Blood from the paint pot.
No!
Maybe just...
We need to change one thing. Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip
Blood
of.
from the paint pot.
There we go.
Was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right.
But why?
Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with the painting.
Maybe something went through it.
through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
That seems like such a... Wait. Go back. I want a resolution there. So... my thought is maybe somebody was in the attic. And... because they have a clear shot of her. Though I hadn't thought about something had also happened to Flora as well. And... Flora being on the ground does corroborate with Fitz's story, I believe. I think Fitz was the one who said that she was laying down. Okay, but this toy thing... Hold on. Okay, oh, that's changed. Needs melodies. Birdsong. Okay. We know Poppy has a song.
It's one of those big pianos with the open lids.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
Might be haunted.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Wait, did it do the thing? Oh, also.
Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
I should ask people about that while we go around. Oh.
All right, you got your wish. Spooky Murder Mansion. Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
Okay, here. Let's see. Let's talk to...
What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
Wait, what did he say? Let your hopes fly free?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
Shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from
That's
a hot air
the most depressing
balloon.
idiom I've ever heard. Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
While we're here... Oh no, it's this one. That's basically an episode of Monk. Is it? That sounds like it would be. Doink. Oh, we already asked him about that. My bad. So, I'm thinking it has to be one of the people who were by themselves. Unless Fitz and...
Is that for sewing?
Maybe?
We have no idea.
Unless Fitz and Poppy are working together and somehow they both killed Freya, but...
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
Should I do that?
More of that weird
Dang
to
it!
me.
Let's do that.
Sally, you don't have a dust allergy, do you?
No. Do you?
Let me put it this way.
I love this game. That makes me laugh.
Just dusty junk.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at
You
least.
know, maybe I won't open it.
It's a jar. The head's
Huh.
This game loves you too. It's so funny. I think the last tune was over here. Oops.
That's all 4 melodies, I think.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
Is this the frog play
Let's
it?
try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this now.
The column segments can be rotated. The ink shapes can be used as clues. Like matching those, perhaps?
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that? Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Say what? Underneath. Secret tunnel. And die. Dang. Okay. Ooh. A laboratory. Okay.
It looks like they're being boiled. But the liquid is ice cold.
Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study. What's in there?
Buggos.
It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
9 beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean.
Numbers?
Nine beetles. There's a bunch of mostly numbers. A candle, perched on a barrel.
Very medieval.
I was thinking pirates.
Medieval pirates.
Here's to hoping he didn't just stick his hand in the bottle. I didn't see
cracked
this.
glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms.
1 hour
Rows of
later.
plants, growing in wide wooden boxes.
What color is the soil?
It looks black, but it's too dark to tell.
So not...
Thatch.
But we're already in the basement.
Depends on your perspective.
Let's not go down just yet. We still haven't explored this room properly.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Diagonally slide the latches until they're in the correct position. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this is just connecting... I think we're... Oops. So that's as far as that one goes. Is that lined up as much as it could be? There we go. That's kind of lined up, right? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Did I cut off this? I think so. Don't think we want to do that. Maybe that's not it. And welcome back, Gilmore. I mean, Secret Life. Dang it! I always say the wrong one. It's my bad. I'm sorry. Okay, wait. Back up. Alright, I think... Hey, sorry. My bad. Okay, that connects there. This one, maybe it connects... I did this. Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's this one. No. Or, wait. Oh, I think you guys are both equally very cool. Beep beep boop boop beep boop boop boop. Okay. Maybe it's not that one. Right, because I'm figuring what needs to happen is there needs to be like a connecting line to like this thing. Beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop. Maybe this one isn't important. Oh, that's so close. Oh, wait. Never mind. No, this needs to be here, I think. You know, just anyways. Beep, beep, boop, boop, beep. That's how I... how else am I supposed to get into this song? It's so catchy. Okay, that doesn't seem to be right. How do we get this? What is the rest here? Maybe it's this. Beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, 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 beep. How far does this go? Oh, wait. Can... I mean, do they have to touch? Because look, that's fairly close. I can't get this right where I want it. Yeah, that's pretty close. Oh, it does work.
That's the one.
Haha!
Not bad. Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
Research. Secret research. A folder containing research notes and diagrams. Our unique flora and fauna is the byproduct of a number of as yet unidentified chemicals. These chemicals are continually present in the water. By the way, this is like a memo. We're like in control right now. These chemicals are continually present in the water, forming clouds and filling the lake. This causes a variety of mutations in the plants. Wait, so these are just unidentified chemicals are the reason why the water and stuff is so weird. Smaller creatures such as arachnids, insects, mollusks, amphibians, and crustaceans are the most affected. However, the chemicals, may travel up the food chain and cause mutations in birds and reptiles. As far as we know, mammals remain completely unaffected. Interesting. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, there's a Clue 2 page? What? Okay. We got this guy.
Whose research is
Yeah, whose research is this? That's a good question.
this? Is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete.
Oh.
There's a section missing.
It's Freya's. Right? Or does the bird one go in there? Yeah. Oh, yeah. 4. Aha!
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not
Oh.
a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he
I
hiding
thought-
it from?
He's just
They
paranoid,
said those Freya's.
especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
To the secret and pull the lever. Hold up. Why is there so much research on this beetle, and why is it hidden? Blank locked up. Blank wasn't aware of. Has been trying to breed. Was hiding from in the rooftop garden, in the astronomy tower, in the underground laboratory, in Flora's tower. In the greenhouse.
Pointer has been trying to breed the
Ah!
golden beetle in the underground laboratory
In the laboratory.
Because it's rare?
because it's gold.
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
They say so. Even more secret laboratories.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks, and a green hat draped on top for good measure.
Old cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
Oh, but there's more. They're also damp. And empty. Basements don't normally have windows.
Or at the bottom of the lake. It must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna keep looking around.
This room looks old. Like, old.
It makes the rest of the house seem relatively modern.
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
Metal rod? Ooh! A sleek but sturdy metal rod. It has been stabbed into a photograph. The rod has a curved and pointed tip like an arrow or the hand of a clock. It has a small loop on the back with a short length of red rope connected to it. The metal is perfectly clean and polished. Okay, so...
So what's the photo?
It's been framed, but it's slightly damp. The photograph shows a young girl. A large man is sitting next to her. Around them are several red and white birds. A metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole near the man's chest. Looks like Flora when she was a girl with ink-tip birds. And I suppose that's her father. And he's been stabbed. They're sitting in front of the Tangle Tower. Guys, it's a clue. Look how happy she looks.
Do you know who it is in the photo?
I think it's Flora's dad.
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
Ooh. Misted Mansion?
Misted Mansion, north side cross section. Is it not Tangle Tower?
Tangle Tower. Before the towers?
The rooftop garden. Well, that name makes a little more sense in this context. Storage.
It's Freya's room.
A bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it?
Study. Wait,
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
how did we miss it?
A bedroom.
Penny's room, I think.
The grand hall.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass tube. The library.
Music room. It's the aviary. It's the aviary. So, the whole house is built on top of some kind of platform.
Apparently. It's the room above us. The one we were just in.
The laboratory?
Yeah.
That's the room we're in now. It must be. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this was made.
So this was before the Tangle Tower. There's a study that we have not been in. There's a tube here, which I imagine that's how there's a lake up on the rooftop garden. But we have not seen a room here.
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
Building plans. Misted Mansion, north side cross section. A roll of parchment on which the plans for a grand mansion have been drawn. A horizontal line marks where the lake was before, and a second marks where it is now. The mansion has been built on top of a large structure above the lake, supported by pillars. Freya's room is listed as storage. A room labeled study is in the center.
Old cardboard.
exciting.
Oh, but they're also damp.
And empty.
They're also damp.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
The Amphobe. The Ink Dip. The Soul Bearer. It's a little crab. Silver Snake. Let's see. Mistids of the Sea and Sky. A children's picture book. It looks very old. The Ink Dip. An elegant bird with red and white plumage. The Silver Snake. An aquatic reptile with no eyes and a long tongue. The Soul Bearer. A crab with 3 slightly different sized claws. Oh, I didn't notice that guy. The Amphobe. A frog-like creature walking on 2 legs. Is there anything else?
A bunch of picture frames, but it's too dark to see the pictures.
It's not too dark. The frames are all empty.
It's an empty bookcase.
Something tells me it's been empty for a long time.
So, okay. So if the laboratory above, if the laboratory above was Professor Pointer's, he knows about this place. He's old enough to have known Flora's father, right? The lake. A strange photograph.
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with 1 candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
He is a frogman. Look at that. A model resembling a broad-shouldered man.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is.
Lord Remington.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird,
It's
too.
Flora.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room. Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
Wrong lever.
Let's
Whoops.
It's somewhere in the...
The room was marked on the building plans we found.
Can wait. Okay. The hidden heart. Crab? Oh, it's like... Oh, wait. There's a crab? Is that a silver serpent? A gun? Let's start here.
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Hawkshaw? A large central sheet of paper has been pinned to it. 4 lines have been drawn from a gap in the center. A smaller sheet underneath features a drawing resembling the silhouette of a cloaked figure. Hawkshaw, is that you? Also, I would like to point out, again, that the painting in Freya's room looks a lot like this.
Nice chair.
It's still warm.
Maybe it's just heat from the incinerator.
Maybe. Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Several pages have been ripped out, but a few remain. 5th ambassador located, finally. Can't say I harbored any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of the room. Took my misted friend into the music room for experiments. It works, perhaps too well. Took my misted friend into the music room for experiments. It works, perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort, for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom. Nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful. Nothing was moved, but I know it's time. Are these Hawkshaw's notes? Is this Hawkshaw's room? There's a thing missing here.
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle, mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
Yeah. Looks like an anchor or an axe. Pickaxe, maybe.
They called this room a study?
What would you call it?
The secret death chamber of doom.
I agree.
Dragon?
Thank you, Axiom, for that hydrate. Make sure to drink some water, everybody.
Worm?
That's the one.
Dragon?
Snake? That's
Oops.
the one.
Okay.
A wooden stool. Centipede? Millipede? How many legs has it got?
Too many.
You know, in
Owlbear?
any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3. Some kind of fish and a bird skull, I guess?
If that's a bird skull, we're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about we stop talking about it?
Was it just me, or was it different when he called me Axiom? In the moment, I read people's names first. Or, like, whatever, like, Secret Life, or Gilmore, or Ax. But I knew you first as Runner, so it's... I don't know. I get confused. But I knew you first as Runner, but now your username is Axiom Runner. I don't know.
Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
I went to put my new enamel pins into my bag, and I found out that it's soaking wet from being dropped in the snow. No! But I call you Gilmore Gal, that's true. Is that room in the background when you're hydrating a picture of your actual room? Not my bedroom. It's actually out in the, like, main room. Main room. I have a bunch of nerd stuff all on like some bookshelves. Let's see. Group photo. A photograph in a sturdy wooden frame. It's dusty and looks several years old. A brass plaque at the base of the frame reads, "The Ambassadors of Misted Mansion." The photo shows 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. All 5 people have had their faces crudely covered with black ink. So you own all that? Awesome. I do. I should take a picture of it. A little, like one that's a little bit clearer. So, okay, hold on. This looks like Poppy. Right? Maybe they're not actually who I think they are. But this looks like Poppy when she was younger. This kind of looks like this could be Felix, almost. Red cloak, but his hair's pointy, or it's like, you know, it's up now. This, I don't know who this guy is. Could be Penelope, maybe? But she looks older. Maybe it's like Penelope's mom or something. And is that... Professor Pointer doesn't look like that, right? And Poppy... I don't know. Hold on. No. Professor Pointer doesn't look like that. That's still... I'm pretty sure that still looks like Poppy, though. Oh, you see? Look. Oh, his head is a little bit... pointy-ish there. I mean, hair's red, got the makeup. That looks like Penelope. But she looks shorter. I don't know if that's... It also, yes, it does look like an album cover. It does. I mean, and that doesn't quite look like Fitz. And he has a scar in his face anyways. Okay.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3? Ugh. You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
Oh, you can move the joints. Okay.
This crab really reminds me.
That little wooden toy we found?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us. I think I've seen it more recently.
Okay. Maybe this. Point it up. Up. Then to the right. Right. And then up. We gotta remember he's doing this. Okay.
Is that a crab?
It's got a...
Also, crabs no...
Up. Up. Okay, that's too high. Was this one also open? Maybe it wasn't. I think this one was closed.
This crab really reminds me.
That little
Yeah,
whoops.
but I
Oh,
think I've
I
seen
pushed
it
the wrong
more
button.
recently.
But let's just double check that I had that right. Is the right arm bent a little bit more? Maybe it's bent a little bit more. Oh yeah, it goes sideways and then up. And yeah, the bottom one is closed. Okay.
Is that a crab?
It's got-
Also,
Is that a crab? Oh, it resets it.
Perfect.
Oh, it's a crossbow, not a
What's this?
pickaxe. or
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
That's what. It's the murder weapon. Oh. It's the murder weapon.
What is it?
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
Look at this.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already, hidden in the study. They were destroyed. We found them already?
We found them already. I think that might attach the crossbow, but not this part of the crossbow.
Oh. Oh. A small lens. Is this where that goes? Oh, I see. Interesting. I thought... okay, I was thinking this was used for something else.
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
Okay, is there anything else in this room before we leave?
Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on any of it?
Not really. It's mostly blank.
Those aren't bird cages.
Some of them are disconcertingly large.
At least they're all empty.
You sure that's a good thing?
Did we
An
click on this?
incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. But yeah, there's something.
Ooh. An ink dip feather. Burnt items. Not much more than a pile of dust and ash. Among the ashes are several black buttons. Red-colored scraps of fabric are still visible. And a giant feather.
Someone's been using this room. I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
Let's see. Something that goes in the center. Let's see. Not the painting. Oh.
The painting from Freya's room And those sketches... Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else, someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
Is it going to be like Freya isn't dead? It's Freya is dressed as Hawkshaw or something? We haven't seen a body. No body, no crime. The murder.
Time to solve this.
But one, I was right about that painting, and that makes me happy. Machinations.
Break out the
of
notebook.
murder.
Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
It was fired from in front of Freya.
It was fired from in front of Freya.
Wait, I'm confused.
Me too.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
Oh, wait. Was it above? But I thought they said it also hit Flora.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
I'm gonna wait a second to make sure people can see. Where did your posture check go? We haven't had one after the first couple of months. It's been removed for a long time. If we have time after you finish the game, can I tell you some theories I have? Sure. Did I hear fire? Let's see, the reel was used to pull up the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards, yes. But then what hit Flora? That's my question.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait, the arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope, doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
Freya was already lying on her back? The arrow was fired diagonally. Freya was never hit by the arrow? Why would Freya already be lying on her back? Freya was never hit by the arrow. What would have hit her? Why was she lying on her back? Freya was never hit by the arrow. Maybe...
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
She'd fallen unconscious. She was relaxing. She'd already been killed. She was relaxing. She was lounging. She'd fallen unconscious. She'd already been killed. But then shooting her with a crossbow seems excessive. But that sounds more intriguing.
She'd
Let's see
fallen
what...
unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
Paint fumes. The gramophone. Flora. Not paint fumes, I don't think. The gramophone had made her fall asleep? Flora seems... I mean... Maybe it's the gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
It was the music being played. There was something in the gramophone. The gramophone emits poison gas.
It was the music being played.
What?
Let's try that again.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
Okay.
There is something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
An empty egg! Is it the... Is it... Let's see. Inside of the gramophone? Not like playing, not any kind of music? What was hiding in the gramophone? Okay, hiding. Never mind. Something that made her fall unconscious? The gramophone was in the gramophone. Or her grandmother. So now it's a grandmaphone. Let's see what this is. I don't know.
That's not it.
Okay, not it. What was hiding in the grandmaphone? Okay, what do we have? Tangle Tower. The Tangle Tower. Case file. Harp statue. Damaged tape. Open letter. Painted portrait. Brush and palette. That doesn't make sense. I'm still trying to figure out how... did something launch from the gramophone? It's cracked. So... Well, the tape is cracked, but we know that. We pulled the tape from the gramophone, if I recall. Potted fruit. Freya's paint.
That's not it.
It's also cracked. Ornate trowel. Photo of painting. Freya's drawing. Ripped photo. Bird. Book. Secret diary. Flora's drawings. Horn statue. Sheet music. Ripped photo. Crumpled paper. Lute statue. 4 feathers. Golden beetle. Potted flower. Birds in cage. Real thingy. Secret research. Children's book. Building plans. Metal rod. No, it was...
That's not
what?
it.
No. Something is in it that... I don't know.
That's not it.
Is there a... Something is hiding in the gramophone?
That's not it.
Yeah, it wasn't hiding. That wasn't in the gramophone. This was in Flora's
That's not
tower. What else was in Flora's tower?
That's not it.
Flora's tower. What did we find in there? The crossbow?
That's
Was it
not
in?
it.
Okay. How big is this Grandma phone. All right.
That's not it.
I wonder if this is related to that note we found about how they said they took their Misted into the music room and did some kind of experiment. This was in the music room, and it's also cracked, and there's glass broken. That does make sense. What was hiding in the gramophone? Cracked tape, empty egg, Freya's paints, painted model, painted models, ornate travel, photo of painting. No, I do not want a clue. Freya's drawings, ripped photo, bird book, secret diary, Flora's drawings, horn statue, sheet music, ripped photo. Hold on. I'm going to... You guys are going into emotes only chat. I don't want any help. Tangle Tower, case file, harp statue, damaged tape, open letter, painted portrait, brush and palette, gramophone, cracked tape, empty egg, small lens, potted fruit, Freya's paintings, painted model, painted models, ornate trowel. Freya's drawings. Is there anything else we've found in... I mean, this is crumpled. Where did we find this? In the gardens? Penny's room. Oh, that's right. It was hiding. And it seems unrelated. Okay. The four feathers. I want to try to make an educated guess, even though I've already clicked on a bunch of things. Okay. What made her fall unconscious? That was hiding in a gramophone? What? Hold on. Oh, unless... Well... No, that doesn't make sense. This was probably long lost. Right? Hold on.
That's not it.
Okay. Did something like shoot out of the gramophone? Like an ornate trowel? No. Okay. Real thingy. Birds and cage. A potted flower? No. Golden beetle. Did a golden beetle fly out of there?
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened.
Oh!
Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so. Not by itself. But don't forget,
But it was, like,
being
amplified?
by the shape of the gramophone. Now, I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kind of
Oh.
scientific. Since when do you
Oh.
know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't. But I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Someone
Personally, I
took
think he
Fitz's
was telling the truth
headphones.
about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
What was affected by the power of frequency? What was affected by the power of frequency? I didn't hear the setup for this. Well, the gramophone?
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone
Yes.
itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it.
Yes.
They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They
They
protected themselves.
How?
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
I keep in my head. I keep on switching who I think it might be. Yeah, it keeps changing who I think it might be. Part of me is like, someone had to have trained the beetle. The only people... So it has to be someone who also knows... Well... Okay, here's my thought. So, someone had to train the beetle, right? To respond to maybe something that was playing in the music. Maybe it was like a cue, like a trigger to kind of start it. The music that was playing was from a tape that Poppy gave Freya. Also, Poppy's like the main music person. I don't think it's Penelope. I don't think it's Penelope. Because the headphones got into the rooftop garden, and Penelope has said that she doesn't know how to get in there because she was jealous of Poppy and Fitz. And she had to send a bird in order to go even spy on them. So I don't think it's Penelope. Even though it kind of looks like Penelope is in that photo from that we found in that other room. But I'm pretty sure it looks like Poppy was in that photo as well. Oops. I don't know. Part of me is like, is it Poppy? But then, I mean, we already know it kind of looked like their friendship was kind of strained. But I don't know what her reason for killing Freya would be. Maybe just jealousy that they're not friends anymore, or I don't know. Part of me also thinks it's Hawkshaw, because I think maybe she has lived in the house with no one knowing. Part of me is like, did she live in that study room by herself all this time? And just nobody knew? And maybe she was supposed to be a part of, like, the original plans? I don't know. We'll figure that out.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
I'm sure of it. Is it? There is an extra pot. Oh, wait. Maybe, is there another pot on that side too? No. There's not a thing here.
It's dark.
Is that a thing? Is that why? Paint pots.
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
What does it say about the plant? Plant was very special. Is that how the bird was fed? It has particular feeding habits and usually only eats the seeds of the Tantum amica.
It's dark.
The grandma phone, and a rose is on it. It originally belonged to Poppy's mother, but Freya often used it while she was painting. Fifi says the gramophone must have been cracked sometime in the last 2 days. Am I supposed to... Is there like a puzzle clue here? Oh, there's a thing here. Okay.
I can see the stars. I can see the stars.
I can see the
The
stars.
answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
Is there something we're supposed to interact with in this painting? No? Okay. Okay. By the way, if you guys want, if you want to talk spoilers and stuff in our Discord, we do have the Backseating spoiler channel. If you guys need to talk in there, you're more than welcome to. The answer's in the painting, he says. We are missing a thing, though.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
I'm sure of it. But can we go anywhere else?
Let's not wander off right now.
Whoops. There's no extra potted plant anywhere. Oh.
An incinerator built still.
Is there anything
It's
left?
mostly ash. Yeah, there's something.
There is a feather in there. I mean... Okay, I must be missing what activates the next thingamajig. Let me go in there, and I'm just going to click on everything. On everything!
It's dark. It's dark. It's dark.
I can see the stars. I can see the stars.
It's dark.
The plant. It's in
The
book.
plant.
What?
It's in the
Look.
book. Yes, it is in the book. I agree. I agree with that. The inkdip is a remarkably intelligent bird with a very long lifespan, even among avian mystids. Other birds are often aggressive towards it, and the inkdip lives most of its life alone. It has particular feeding habits and usually only eats the seeds of the Tantamamica. Fifi says the book belonged to Flora, who hasn't been in the library for a long time. Penny says the book is outdated, as the bird has been extinct for a number of years.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
I don't know what you want me to do, though. We'll say, I think this... It looks like she's painting another plant over here, and there is not another plant on the... There's not another plant here. Sally, what do you want me to do? We're missing just one thing. Where is it? Oh, did I click on the paintbrush?
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
Palette has a variety of paints loaded onto it. The largest is a blob of black in the middle. The paintbrush is still covered with dried red paint. Poppy says that Freya would mix all the colors she would need before starting to paint. The red substance on the palette and brush was discovered to be blood, not paint. Oh, there we go. Let me take a look, check a look at
The
this
answer is
real
in the
quick.
painting. I'm sure of it. So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere
Found it
else.
somewhere else. We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime
It was
scene. Freya left it for us right here.
Guess it's in.
It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, and then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
What? Oh.
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
Blank isn't actually paint because was added by the murderer, so dripped onto the canvas from was a mistake by Freya because blank is the murder weapon which Freya had lost, which was part of Flora's dress. Dropped by the ink dip bird. Something sitting in the window.
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
Wait. Oh, wait. Well,
That's not it.
is it the golden beetle?
That's not it.
No? Okay. Never mind. Or, oh! Oh, it's not the plant, it's a bird. It was Penelope, wasn't it? Oh. You clever girl.
Our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did. But she's a very good listener.
What? What?
Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
They're the same voice actress. Oh, wait, is that Penelope?
Penny.
Oh, it is.
Why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
Tie her hands? Leave her untied. Why is this a question? Oh boy. Should we... I mean, she's a criminal, right? Oh, wait, do they mean like... Oh, something sturdy to tie her hands. A metal rod. Real thingy.
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
Justice for Freya. I just need to know the truth. I wanted to help Freya's friends. Justice for Freya.
For Freya.
Is that right? interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy, the volition to create something from nothing, the willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
She's lonely, she's a mystery, she's a murderer. Well, she's a mystery.
Suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing, and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other 2 Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study?
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Sure, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mystids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mystids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
What did you find? What did you find? The golden beetle. No. Oh. Wait. That answered her questions? The research?
That's not it.
Nope. Okay. What about? It's not the building plans.
That's not right.
Nope. Nope. Wait. Oops. Not that. Well.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And what happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5, completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up, but instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure, but I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
She carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
The will of Freya Fellow.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
Dang.
Dang indeed. You found a way around. Emote only mode, also. Thank you for those bits.
That's right. I had assumed
I knew it!
purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all 3 families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
She leave? She took our boat.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two, all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fit saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not
Well,
want to believe
dang.
us, because we liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
Oh.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
Oh. You guys want out of emote only chat? Boop. Dang. I live. You're free. Much like the golden beetle, you guys are free. I'm setting you guys on the ground to have you leave. Oh, Ward, thank you for gifting a sub. I appreciate it. This is your first gift sub. And loves to cook. If you are here, please make sure you say thank you to Whenever Changes. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. It's free. You guys are free. I set you free. Now sprout your wings and go! So good. Wait. I thought that was my hand, and I didn't know why I couldn't click on the art gallery. Just got a notification that you're live on Twitch. Yeah, it does that sometimes. I don't really know why, though. That's kind of like a common thing. I think if you're on long enough, it'll just, for whatever reason, send out a random notification also. My phone almost died while you were talking, Penny. Oh, no. Oh. Right when I sent my text-to-speech, dang. Yeah, it does that. I don't know. It's just a thing that it does. This is cool. I did actually look at some of these earlier, but not all of these. Oh, it's different artwork. This is a super rough version of the photo found in the study. The shield they're holding was a story element that got removed entirely. From left to right, Primrose. Oh, so I guess, it makes sense that Poppy looks a lot like her mom. Pandora, Buck Brackley, Richard Remington, Flint Fellow, and Lord Fellow. Lord Fellow! Whoops. Yeah, I'd actually, the other day, I looked at the Detective Grimoire ones. And that's why I think I looked at this and I was like, because it says, Sally, maybe it was like the Sally one. Sally appeared in the previous game with her hair down her back, her hair down her back in a long plait. However, when redesigning her for this game, I quickly realized this made for a really cluttered silhouette, so I changed to the bunches. A key aspect of Sally's face is her eyeshadow, accentuating her slightly unimpressed default facial expression. And then I was like, wait, there was another game? And so then I looked it up. So neat. Oh, or maybe I did see it in this. Yeah, this was... I loved seeing how they got to this. Oh, wait. So maybe a cat. You said you were going to share some of your, like, theories? I thought this was kind of neat. One of the challenges of Grimoire's design is his color palette, brown, brown, and brown. He doesn't need to be a super colorful character. In fact, it's important to have contrast between the different characters. Still, look closely and you'll notice he's actually comprised of various pinks masquerading as brown. And I thought that was kind of neat. Yeah, like this is actually more of like a pinkish color. Detective Grimoire was probably one of the most difficult characters to develop, as there was already a strong identity that existed in the previous games. I felt like he still needed to be the friendly, approachable gumshoe, so I tried to stick to round, gentle shapes whilst still exaggerated his features. I wanted to work towards an iconic silhouette. Oops. I wanted to really wanted to make sure I had a good grasp on how Grimoire would look from different angles before I tackled his animation. He's got a bit of a penchant for performance and overwrought gestures, and I think a lot of his personality comes out in his movement. That said, I never want to draw his bouncing hair again. There are two theories I have about the murder. Ooh, I want to hear it. First off, I'm going to go get something to drink really quick. I'll be right back. So while you type that out, BRB. I got some ice cold water. So we need a WandaVision channel where I'm just going to share theories in your DMs. For now, you can just send them in the DMs. I would need to do I'd have to create a private channel and then drag people into it that want to be a part of it. But because I don't want to do anything that would spoil anything for anybody. After Freya finds her way into the study, she's pretty freaked out and decides to leave. She leaves the crab and the note for Poppy and Fifi to find. That makes sense. That makes more sense. I didn't even think about it. The fact that it says you too, and that I feel like that's confirmed. It seems to be confirmed by Fitz. Because he says that Fifi and Poppy were doing the murder, searching the murder. Zero Time Dilemma playthrough? I don't think I've heard of that. I don't know what that is. That does make sense that Freya is going to leave. She said she was going to do the painting was a parting gift. Not mine, but Freya's somehow alive. I mean, I'm usually of the belief of if I don't see a body, they're still alive. Zero Time Dilemma. Is it another point and click adventure? Zero Time Dilemma. Oh boy. It's on Steam, but it is Windows only. Unless it was released on another platform. Oh, it was. Oh, it's on the PS4. I've got a PS4. I have one of those. If it's on sale, I can check it out. It's not on sale right now, but I'll keep it in mind. I do like these types of games, so yeah, with puzzles and mystery game, you playing this remind me of that. Oh right, you have a Mac. PS4 Pog, I know. PS4 coming in at the end there. Some of the characters talk about her in first person. It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush. I was 19, same age as Freya is now. Oh, interesting. Yeah, what did they do with the body, I wonder? Did they just, well, no, I was gonna say, did they just chuck her into the incinerator? But they don't know that exists. Or the furnace, or whatever it is. And that does make sense. When we went into Penelope's room, we feel the wall, and they say that it feels warm. So that does make sense. I completely forgot about that. When she was explaining it, I was like... By the way, did you love that? I was like, I don't think it's Penelope. So she just, she just lied about not having access to it. And her whole romance thing, I guess, was just kind of like a cover-up, I suppose. I think this is the first time you have locked chat out. People are very invested in this game. Yeah, I think I just didn't want any help. I didn't want any, clues or hints or whatever. And so I was like, right, I'm not gonna... I thought about just not looking at chat, but I didn't want to, I didn't want any spoilers or anything in there. For anybody else also who's like wanting to watch but not get spoiled or, you know, have any speculation. I just wanted to... Well, I just wanted you guys to be able to purely react. Yeah. I just wanted to take away any temptation. You could only do clues via emotes. Oh, I just didn't want any kind of like you know, helpful hints or anything like that. As I will say, as when they were explaining that Penelope's bird was there to help, I was totally like, do I have? I was about to say if Talinus was here, he could totally, and he knew what was happening, he could totally do this bird. That would have been that would have been perfect. That's from some of the Talinus raids every once in a while. That square guy. I was like, oh boy. that was a neat twist, because at first I was like, oh, there's no potted plant there, even though it's on the painting. But it wasn't the potted plant. It was a Boyd. An evil Boyd. That also... Okay, how did Penelope get away when the bird started hitting the thing? She didn't have earmuffs. She should have been affected by the thing. Unless she is somehow immune to the golden beetle's thingamajig. How did that happen? That's what I want to know. But overall, that was really good. I would love another Detective Grimoire game. I'm going to message the devs. And I'm going to be like, hey, I just streamed this. We loved it. I want more. Give me more. When did this game come out? Tangle Tower. Oh, 2019. I guess that was not very long ago. The real mystery is, where is the bathroom? That is a good question. Maybe they just used the greenhouse. I reread the plot, and I'm still confused as to why Penelope had to kill Freya. What secret did she find out that was worth being killed over? I think the devs confirmed that there is another game in the works. Oh, awesome. I feel like... I suppose that is maybe a little confusing. It seemed... Maybe it was just that Freya had the knowledge of all the Mystids, maybe, because she found Penelope's research. And perhaps, like, maybe Penelope just didn't want any of that information to leave, because she clearly wants some of that info for herself. I don't know. As someone that spent all of high school in a greenhouse, that is not an option. Okay. What are y'all's thoughts? Why do you think Penelope had to kill Freya? Well, and then some part of it seems like Penelope didn't hate Freya. In fact, she says, like, Freya was somebody who was basically everything that she wasn't. So maybe there was a Oh, right. Freya found out that Penny had killed the other ambassadors. Because, like what, I think it was Sally who said that, Penny had found out what happened to the ambassadors after Penelope realized that they were not going to help her. Penelope had to do something. They left it kind of vague, but I'm pretty sure that means that, yeah, Penelope killed the ambassadors. Yeah, it said Freya found out what she did to them, but it didn't actually say what she did to them, yeah. Hit list photo. I think, yeah. So, yeah, so Freya found out that Penelope had killed them, and I suppose was probably going to eventually report Freya, I believe. But then she just tells the detectives everything anyway. Well, you know. It is kind of like what in Final Fantasy VII Remake, what's his name? The guy from Market says, an evil villain never explains himself unless what? Unless he thinks he's got away or something like that. So, also don't have any proof, but I think Penny took the bird. Don Corneo, thank you. Sus bird lady. Wait, which bird? Oh, the ink tip? That could make sense. Flora's bird. That makes sense. She seemed to have more knowledge on all of the mistids and stuff. And, well, I'm curious. The skeletons and stuff in the study, were they there prior to her being there or no? Because there's like the silver serpent skeleton and like the crab and some other stuff. So I'm curious, was that Penelope's doing? She had weapons in there. She had a gun and the crossbow and what was it? An axe maybe? And it seemed to be, at least she knows how to use the crossbow. So did she hunt those down? Did she kill mistids now? No, she wanted the beetle for her own doing. I'm sad about Hatbert. I hope that's his new name. I wonder if they do. I feel like most of the decor was there previously. It could have been. I feel like it does probably fit maybe the style of all the older characters that were in the photo. Because it was a study before she got there for sure. Are we doing another game or is this the end? I think this might be the end. It actually took longer than I thought. I thought we only had like 30 minutes left. But we're about to hit 5 hours, so I think this will be the end. Because the original house was a research station. Yes, indeed. That was really good. I enjoyed that. I love the art style. I feel like that's going to be something that if we play another like point and click game. We did talk for 1.5 hours. Yeah, that my bad. But that was actually great. I love just chatting with you guys. I want to do another point and click game at some point. Like mystery game. Though I feel like it's going to be hard to find something that was so good like this. The writing of this game is just excellent. Like, it's funny, it's clever, I love that I feel like it balances out the mystery with humor. Otherwise, I feel like it's, I don't know. Sometimes a lot of point and click games can be kind of like bland, or just really dark. But this one was like, it's just really funny. Also, finish some of the other games you have. Yeah, we may. So there's a few different things we can do next time. I notice how when people are talking about Fitz, and even when he talks about himself, he's referred to as the gardener. Yeah, they do. They do say that. Finish mini painting. I do need to do that, in fact. It's almost done, too. We should do that soon. Maybe that can be an extra stream one of these days, where I'm streaming at night. We can do some mini painting. You really should do Stardew. I'll give it a try. I don't know if it'll be a long play game, but I'll definitely give it a try. Yeah, they don't appreciate Fitz. And it's weird because he's like a part of the family too. Like it's not even that he's an outsider who also lives there and he also does gardening. It's the fact that he's a family member and they just call him the gardener. That is kind of it's a little rude. It's a little rude. No, I got some good games that one, I got another point and click adventure because it's on sale. It's on sale for $2. I think it's normally $15 to $20. Right now on the eShop, it's $2. Jenny LeClue Detective. Nuts is a game I want to play one of these days. That the fourth game is fun. Indeed, it is. We'll be playing that tomorrow. Tomorrow's Boomer's birthday, so we're going to play earlier than we normally do. How am I going to get pizza if I do that? Oh, well, so it might be earlier. Maybe it'll be closer to 11 than 1 or something like that. Maybe 11:30, so I can go run and get pizza and then come back. But we're going to be celebrating Boomer's birthday. Nuts is a game I want to play. It's kind of like Firewatch, but with squirrels. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Aegis Defenders looks fun and kind of relaxing. And the animation style looks cool. I want to play Hyper Light Drifter, The Almost Gone. I think Final Fantasy IX will be one of the games we play soonish, as well as Final Fantasy VIII, which I also have on here somewhere. I think we've pretty much beaten everything else. I have some other games that we have not played on here, but yeah, so anyway. What is the fifth one? Oh, Picross. We've played Picross before. It's super fun. It's like we'll do one Picross thing because it's been a while, and we'll end the stream after one thing of Picross. Dex Bonus was actually the one who introduced me to Picross. I don't think I've heard of it, but I never done it before. It's kind of like Sudoku mixed with... Oh, why is the alert box like this? Why is it all the way over here? Or is that the tier list? That was a tier list. Picross is like... is that loud? That seems loud. We're going to drop that down a little bit. Also, let's put on some music because the music in this game is super, super boring. And it repeats the same song ad infinitum. Okay. We're only going to do one. They are nonograms. Nonograms are also known as paint by numbers, Picross, gridlers, pick-a-picks, various other names, picture logic puzzles in which cells in a grid must be colored or left blank according to the numbers at the side of the grid to reveal a hidden picture. Yes. I think it's fun. What I tell people, they need to try to guess what it is before... I usually give people a last-second guess before we fill in the last one. But yeah, so just looking at numbers, like, so in this row, for example, I know that there are 12 squares highlighted in a row. And then there's going to be a space and then a 1. Is this just with color or black and white? This one's just color. I'm sorry, this is just black and white, but there is a mode that has color Picross. So hold on. Let's see. We know 1x, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, wait. I did this wrong. 12. 1x, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we know at least this is filled in. We're still missing, right? 1, 2. Yeah. We're missing 1, and we don't know if it's on this side. We don't know if it's this one or this one. Let's see. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yes, it is. Now, no more future hints. But yes, you're correct. And let's do this one, because this is going to be better for getting the rest of these numbers, I think. I like doing the ends part. Let's see, 1x, 1, hold on. Let's start from here. 1x, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1x, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. From here, we know that that's that. This is 5. This is 4. 2, 1, 2, 3, 1. 5 fits there, then 2. How did you make that placeholder? If you push the X button, you can fill in blanks. There is a actually, I got War to download it and play it. There's a great, if you think you might like this, there is a great mobile one made by, is it Namco War? I forget what it's called, but it's free and it's on the phone, and I played so much of it. It's so good. It was kind of also how I learned how to do these. Let's do this row. 1, X, 1, 2, 3. X, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we know that's that. And so, generally, the fun part about this is it's supposed to be an image at the end. However, very rarely does it actually look like anything, I find. But it's still fun to try to guess. So I wonder, is this 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? Let's wait and see. 3, 5, 2. It's called Namco Pixel Puzzle Collection or something. Best mobile Picross I found. It's so good. 1, 2, 3. X. X. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. X. Well, that's fine. 1, 2. So we know the 2 has to fit in here somewhere. And 1, 2, 3, X. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this has to be the 6. 1, 2, 3, 2. There's that. Two, 1. So 3 somewhere in here, and then 1, 1. I think. Calling it now, it's a snail. You know, I could kind of see a snail. I can kind of see it. At this point. Or I kind of see an alien. But it'd be a very snail-like alien. So, I think maybe you're onto something. And you guys can speculate on what you think it is, because it honestly will not help. Most of these are like, even after they tell you what it is, it's like, is it that? I don't know. The 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's gonna be in the middle. Oh, and this is the 6. Oh, this is done. This row is complete. That 3 can't fit in there, but it can fit in here. 2 and 3 won't fit in this bottom portion, so that's the 3. We can do 10 from this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What do we have? Heal. Okay, that's 4. 6. 5, 2, 1, 1. The 3 and 1 is going to be somewhere in here. So 1x, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3x. Okay. Okay. What else? What else can we do? Mark that off. Oh, we know this is connected. I actually have no idea. We're gonna get done with it, and we're still not gonna know what it is. Oh, this is a 3. It's a 3. I can mark this one as... Two, 5. We still need this one somewhere. Okay. Oh. So that's the 2. This is the 4. Three. Is this 4? Okay, wait, hold on. These are blank. This is the 5. Whoops. That is the 5. 4. 5, 2. 4. Aha, okay, it's coming together. It's coming together. How many is this? 8, 9, 10. Is this 10? Yes, okay. Whoops. Three, 1. 1. So there's 2 more 1s. Heal.
Going to head out and do a Twitch thing. Do you love your stream? Wow.
All right, Runner, have a good one. I'll see you later. He'll be in here shortly anyways. But I hope to see you later. Hope to see you tomorrow. Okay, oh, I can mark that one. 3 can't fit in there. These 2, that's the only room. Let's leave this middle one for the last one that we do. So I'll leave it blank. Well, actually, I don't know. That shouldn't cancel it, but I'll leave that one completely blank. So that way we can, that'll be the last one we fill in. So it'll give us time to guess what we think it is. So 2 needs to fit in here. 3. What is this? Oh, this is Undertale, right? Oh, this one's blank. This one is the one. Nothing goes there. 3. We can do these 3. Or these 2, I mean. I actually do see a husky, right? I can actually see one. Strangely enough. Oh, and so this is the 1. 6. Wow, actually I really do see a husky now. It's actually kind of coming together. But let's see if it's going to be one of those. It's a refrigerator. That's how it works. Oh, whoops. I thought I was looking at the wrong row. Or column. Only one of these is filled in. This is from like a jazz cover of the songs. Yeah, this is looks like a remade version of an Undertale song. It's called, well, this is by Insane in the Rain Music. It's a Beautiful Day Outside, Megalovania. That's what's the full thing. Can't be there. So that 1 fits there. That's the 3. That's 3, 1, 1, 2. And that's blank. Oh, I'm missing this one. All right. Here's the very last one. Honestly, I see a husky now at this point. Right? It is. Oh, it's a wolf. It's a wolf. I mean, come on. They're similar. But some of these are like, they look much more like it when you are looking at the small icon version of it. But there are some while you're doing it that's like, what was the one that gave us the most? Just like, oh, there's one that's stained glass. That was the most ridiculous one, I think. For some reason, I think also the microwave oven gave us a lot of trouble. But because you got to remember also, like, while you're looking at it, it's only like black and white or black and like X's, and we're like, what is this? I think we guessed maybe like medicine or something because of that shape, or I don't remember what we were doing, but we're like, what? And then it's like, oh, it's stained glass. Cool. It could literally be anything. What's the middle top one? It's a tadpole. I think we thought this one was maybe a refrigerator or something. Or no, maybe this one was the refrigerator. Something like that. And then it was like, oh no, it's a wardrobe. And we're like, what? All right, we'll do one more. One more, and that'll be the last one. Did we pause this one? What? This is what? Maybe I went back to explain something? Oh, this is one of those. I don't want to do this one. We're gonna save that for later. Okay, let's do another big one. Let's see if you guys can. Okay. One X, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 6. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it can't be that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The same thing here. That's 7 up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a nice little jazzy fun time. 8 and 6. All right, so that's 8 X 1 2. Oh wait. Oh, it's a full row. 8 6. There we go. So that means we know that the 10 goes here, and then it's 1 1. This is fun. Yep. Okay. Oh, let's fill these out. 1 1 3 4 9 3 2 1 1. So we know. That's 7 2 2 3. Oh, we can clear this row now. Look at us. This is the 2. The rest of them are going to be 1s. It's the same thing here. This could be the 2 or the 3. This is the 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't know, but likely that's a 1. This is a 2. It's a 1. Get everything over here? Yeah, we did. Okay. 1, 2. X. 1, X. And that can't fit there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 9 can be one of these. And then we don't know here yet. A window, a tree branch, a Chipotle burrito bowl with extra pico guac on the side. You're not, I mean, honestly, some of them feel that specific. That you're like, all right, how am I supposed to guess that? Okay, likely these are all 1s. This is a 4. Oh, so this is the 2. So we can mark that. Neither of them would reach that far. So that's an X. One. One's fitting there somewhere. twos. Let's see. 1, 2, X, 1, 2, X, 1, 2. Has to fit in there. 1, 2, X. 1, 2. 1, 2, X, 1, 2. Is that the 3? Or is that going to be... We'll see. 1, 2, 1, 1. Somewhere in there. I don't think we have anything yet. 2 can fit in anywhere. 1 can fit in anywhere. 1, 1, 1. Ah. There we go. So this row is complete. 9 goes here. This is a 2. We know that one is blank. The 1 here. So that's 1, 1. 2. So the 1 goes up here somewhere. Okay, we still don't know the 4 or the 2 yet, I don't think. Now, is this a 2? Or is that the 1? This can't be a 2. So this must mean that's the 2. The 2 is going to be somewhere in here. Because you can't have a 2 and a... Oh, wait. No, actually, I take it back. I take it back. It could be here, technically. Let's leave that alone. Getting ahead of myself. Getting ahead of myself. Oh, 2. It's going to be a part of the 3. This is part of the 5. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I assume the 3 is in here somewhere. But we'll find out. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 3. Okay. This is the 3. I will stake everything on it. Is it looking like anything? I'm seeing lots of things with antlers. Oh, I could see a deer. I could see that. I still see a crab. If you're wrong, does it tell you which ones? There is a setting that it'll tell you, but I don't have that on. If I make a mistake, I won't find out till towards the end or until I start, like, going over them and being like, oh, wait, I miscounted something. The mode that tells you, they tell you like immediately if you've gotten it wrong, and I don't like that. I want to make the mistake and then be like, ow, I made a boo-boo. Okay, this is 5. Is that row? Oh no. See, I made a mistake. I have made a mistake. Maybe... Hold on. Uh-oh. We'll figure that out later. That's later. Does your bandana have Doritos on it? No, they're like little Mount Fuji's or like little like rice. What are this called? They're called, onigiri. There we go. Okay, so there's something wrong with this row. And it's definitely the row's fault. 100% Doritos. No! No, they're not Doritos. Okay. I have made a mistake there. Thank you for that, hydrate. Ooh. The file select. Okay. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I think that might be the most correct thing. Let's try that out. Maybe it's not. Maybe this is the one. Dee-doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Maybe that's... We'll figure that out later. That's a later problem. That's for later. Because I think... Hold on. Let's try that. I'm going to do X here. We'll make that a 1. I think this is 5. Four. That's the 2. One of these will be a Juan. Ba-do-da-do, ba-do-da-bo-da-bo. 2s will fit in there somewhere. This 5 still is doing that. 3, 1, 1, 1, 1. I like this. Another 1 goes in here somewhere. 2 more 1s. 2 2s! I'd make that a 3. But this 5 is supposed to go somewhere in here. I'm going to... We could try to guess some things. But that you're not supposed to be able to guess. Well, I mean, I think you can, but... It should all be logical within the thingamajig. Is this the 3? Is this a 1, 2, 3? Or is that an X? Is it trying to trick me? Because that could be a 3 and then 1. So like 1, X, 1, 2, 3, X, 1. And then these would all be X's. 2, 3, 4. Do 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 do. Okay, we know there's a 1 somewhere in here. This could be the 4, and this could be a 1, or that's the 1. X 1 2 3 4. Hold on. 1 2 X 1 1 2 or sorry 1 X 1 2. There's no overlap there. The 3 here, that can't be a 3. So the 3 fits somewhere in here. And only... Oh, it's probably going to be like something like that? Is that how that's going to work? I don't think we know that. Technically. So it'd be 1, 2, 3. We know this one is for sure selected. So this whole row is done. None of these can be X'd out, I don't think yet. Or let's see. 1, 1, 2. Oh, yeah. It's gonna be a 2 in here somewhere. I feel like this is not making the picture any clearer. So one of these is filled out. Oh, this is a 2. So that makes this the 3. So that's the 2. There's still one more in here somewhere. It's not here. One of these is filled in. That's not that one. This is the 2, 3, and 1. Okay. We doing this. 1, 2, 1, 3. Wait. Uh-oh. Is that right? All that fits. Uh-oh. I think this is where we we've started making mistakes. But we can try to correct them. We can figure out what is missing. Yep. Wait, that's fine. Okay, so this row is messed up somewhere, so we're gonna clear it all out. Okay, it solves those. Three. That is... Might be this row that's messed up. We'll mess with that in a second. Oh, also, this row is messed up. What happened here? Whoops. Well, that's fine. I messed up the center somehow. That's still fine. This is a 4. So this should all be blank. This still works. Let's see if that's that. Oops. 1, 1, 2. Oh, that's still making that make sense? Oh, nope. No. We know that one's right. That 6 is there, so that's 2. Three. I've messed up again. Somewhere on this row. Somewhere on this road there's a problem. But where is the thing? Let's try to get the rest of it situated. So if I were to... Oh, hold on. This row is also a problem, I think. Something's wrong here. Let's clear these out. It's a 9, 1. One, 2, 1, 1. it. Maybe it's the 3 that's giving me problems. These rows are all working at this point, but, well, I'm gonna clear it out. Okay. Let's restart. Not entirely, just this row. I'm gonna, whoops. We're gonna do this. I want to clear out, because these 3 kind of keep giving me issues. Will work from what we know. Is that a 10? How many is this? No. That's 10 now. I assume that's a 1. 4's fine. One. Oops. So this has to be the 2, I think. Yeah. Oops. Nope. Oh, but I've messed this one up now. Is this not correct? Maybe? Maybe it's like this 4. Oh. So this one, there's something wrong with this one also. Whoops. Okay. That one's fine. There's an extra one here. Maybe I've got that bottom row wrong. Because this, whoops. One, 2, 1. 2, 3, 1, 1. The 2 means that one. Wait. Yeah. That's fine. 4, 1, 3, 3, 4x 1. No. That one is probably blocked out. If these are correct. We know that that's unneeded. It's a 2, 2. So that'd be the 1. 1, 1. 3 would be here. That's 2. That's 1, 3. 1, 1. 3, 2, 1. There's something missing. One of these is not correct because this row is wrong. What have we done? Oh, wait. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. Okay, no. Nope, I don't know what's the problem. 1, I need to go to the bathroom very bad. It says that's done. Nope. If that was the case, well, I don't know. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm going to... No, don't look! Don't look! Oh gosh, oh gosh, whew. We're gonna start this one from scratch when we come back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Boop. Okay, here we go. All right. Let's try this again. Completely fresh. Completely fresh. We know 6, 8. We started off so strong. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 1. 3, 4, 10. 2, 2, 3. This is a 2. This is a 2. Nine, somewhere in here. Okay, that's part of a 4. This is the 2 blank.
But just who is Brock? Where did he come from? It is a strange story that begins many years ago.
Okay. Alright, let's back up now. So this is a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 3. Can't go higher than that. This is the 1.
We'll all find out together. The most powerful underground espionage agent in the Western Hemisphere. I've been trying to get my hands on him for years. What's his next move? But since you asked, I'll give it to you straight.
1, 2, 3, 4. This is nice. What is this? An Old Love Tale by Brock Berrigan. It has kind of like a Hotline Miami mask on it, but this is not from Hotline Miami, I don't think. Okay. This is a 3. This is 2. This is... Whoops. Hold on. Oh gosh, what have I done? What have I done? Maybe it's not. Oh, I don't know that. Is there an undo? I don't think there's an undo. This one, we don't know. That might be the 2. This is 3, and then 1. I think that makes the most sense. I'm deciding that is the case. It's a 3. Okay. Two. Okay, so 1's somewhere in here. 3. There we go. Okay, so that solves this row. One. We know the 2 is here. 2's can't fit in there. Is it 1, 2? Because, yeah, 2 and 3 can't fit in there. So I think that's 2, 1, 3, somewhere in here. 1, 1. Can't see over my iPad. Okay, there we go. 2, 3, 1, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Okay. This row looks complete. That is a 1, 2, 1. That looks different, I think, than before. So hopefully that's a good change. Two goes here, 1 goes here. Those are blank. 1, 1. One of these is marked, but we don't know which. Same with this one. 1, 1. Okay, I think we corrected whatever problem happened before. But so because it looks a little bit different, but I could still see a deer. This row looks complete, so 4, 1. This sounds very Radioheady. Okay. We know this one is selected. So we'll leave that one blank. That's where the 1 goes. It's all coming to bases now. Haha. Okay, we did it. So this is the last one. What do you guys think it looks like? I'm going to say I stick with open can of beans. I am going to say it's somebody rice cooker. Okay. That actually might be it. I was going to say it's somebody loading a washing machine or a dryer. And there's a hand going into it as they're putting in clothes. Steam is coming out. That could be steam. It could be, I mean, if it's a rice cooker, it could also be utensils of some kind. All right, let's see. Oh, well, it looks like someone's hand. It's somebody's hand opening up. Dang. Hand scooping rice. He doesn't even have a utensil. He's just... That's very, very good call. I thought it was going to be a washer. But dang. Good call, Gilmore. You didn't look it up? That's impressive. I guess they're using one of those little wider spoon things that people use for rice. Like a rice spoon. Dang, that's good. Good call. Well... That is going to be it for today. Thank you guys for hanging out for so long. I believe... My initial guess of a Chipotle bowl was right. I mean, honestly, you're not too far off, I don't think. Let's go ahead and... Runner is currently streaming Left 4 Dead 2, which I know is very opposite of the chillness of this stream, but I don't think we've ever rated Runner. I don't think we've ever had the chance to, because he's usually here, or he's usually streamed before me. So, if you guys don't mind, let's go ahead and raid Runner. Make sure to give him a follow if you haven't yet at this point. He is a great friend of the channel's, and just an all-around great guy. I believe he is playing with a friend of his. I think I saw a notification that he is currently streaming on his console, so he doesn't have notifications, but I believe he does get his chat still. So when you get there, make sure to spam it with a bunch of emotes and stuff. But anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out. One, thank you to Runner for some of those bits earlier. I know you're not here anymore. But also, thank you to War for the Tier 1 sub gift. I appreciate it. I have work tomorrow, so I gotta get to sleep. All right, maybe a cat. Thanks for hanging out with us today. I'm glad that you found us via Tangle Tower, and I hope you stick around. There's usually some good indie games we're gonna play. Hopefully we'll do some more mystery games, but... Oh, and Party Arc! Thank you so much for the follow. You came from, Mr. Sputnik Stream. And War, thank you again for gifting another sub to Funky the Salsa. I was like, where's the alert that it went to anybody? Thank you so much for doing that. Thanks again, War. And thank you to Bot Lives Matter for the sub via Prime. I appreciate. Mandatory donations, no. But all right, I'm shy as heck, but I'll stop by when I can. Hey, no problem. I'm glad you were able to hang out with us and chill with us. Even guessing on Picross. We are going to be back tomorrow with Animal Crossing. It's Boomer's birthday. Spam Runner's chat with emotes, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a good day. Bye-bye.